All right. Welcome, one and all to the Xbox 2 podcast. I'm your host, Rand Thor 19, the man with the million. And with me, we are joined by the Nintendo lover himself, the Silk Song master, Jez
Damn.
Corden, Windows Central, here in the flesh, about to regale everybody about his undying love for the Nintendo platform and Nintendo as a company and how much Silk Song means to him because he's made it his whole entire personality as of late. What's up, Jez?
That's a gross exaggeration,
No,
bro.
that's pretty much
I
the
wouldn't
truth
say
of
it's
it.
my personality. No,
Mhm.
it's not. I wouldn't say it's no. Silk Song's not my personality. It's not quite. It's not quite up there with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, you could say, is probably closer to what you could describe as being my personality. But quite not Silk Song. Although I will say I'm very thoroughly enjoying Silk Song.
Mhm.
I'm nowhere near as far through it as some people have been, because I've been kind of bouncing between Silk Song and Kronos because I've been doing a little bit of New Game Plus. And also I've been super busy, so I haven't gone through that much of it as much as some people have. But I've also been playing Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, Delta. And I've also been playing Triangle Strategy, which came to Xbox this week. So, you know what I'm like, Rand,
Yeah.
playing multiple games at once. I also installed Hell is Us, and I was thinking about starting that too. But maybe I should focus on a couple of games
Mm.
first instead of 20.
Just
Yes, Rand, we are here.
we are here. I just want to let people know that there's construction going on directly outside my house. They are tearing up the street and laying down new asphalt,
Oh, snap.
so you might potentially hear some construction because it can get very loud. Um, just keep in mind that I can't really do anything about it, although they aren't doing anything right now, so maybe they're done for the day. But I just wanted to let everybody know you might hear some rumbling, but they haven't. I've like they kind of stopped 15 minutes ago, so I don't know if they're on break or if they finished what they were doing. But yeah, man, they got like our streets has kind of just been torn up for the past month. They like ripped out all the curbs. They ripped out the half of our driveway, because at least here where I live, like anything past the sidewalk is technically owned by the city. So like the half of the driveway that was from the sidewalk down, they completely tore up to redo, and then they ripped up all the curbs, they ripped up all the asphalt on the street, and they were going through and repaving it all today in the last couple days. So I just wanted to make mention of that. But otherwise, I watched a scary movie the other day, Jez. I wanted to tell you about it.
Scary movie.
Yeah,
What is it?
I'm
Tell
not
us about the
so
scary
much.
movie.
I'm not so much a big horror guy. Like I love reading horror books, but I know like the people there are like I have friends like that are really into like watching every single horror movie that comes out. And I'll watch the trailers and I'll be like, oh, okay, that maybe if there's nothing else to watch. Because I have a lot of TV shows that I'm currently watching. And I don't want to say it because I know Paris is in chat and he'll yell at me because he'll basically say, what do you mean? Like, I'm watching Alien Earth and I'm watching Alien Earth week to week, which is usually 100% against the way I watch TV shows. But I also love the Alien franchise. And I was like, well, I guess this will be the exception to the rule. I'll watch this one week to week, but all the others I'll have to binge. But hopefully
Are
Paris
you
didn't
are
hear
you
what I said.
are you waiting for WWE to finish before you watch all the WWE?
Like what? We're on SmackDown and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
watch
waiting
that.
for the oh,
I
yeah.
don't watch that. If I do catch anything from them, it's like clips on YouTube or on Twitter. I don't watch the shows live. I try to, but there's just too many commercials. I was just like, I'm not bothering with this.
Oh, as a Brit, I wouldn't know anything
I
about
know
that.
you guys get the Netflix international stuff, and I probably should use Surfshark VPN to access the international stuff for them, but I just don't.
Well, hey, Stephanie McMahon endorsed it, so you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. But So there was one horror show, the horror movie rather, that I saw a trailer for that I was like, that's really interesting. It really caught my attention. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it was called Weapons.
Ah, right. So my good friend Gembox360 went to watch this recently. She said it was really good. Didn't She said no spoilers, just go and watch it.
Yeah.
So I am intrigued about Weapons. Without spoiling it, tell us the premise of Weapons.
Basically, premise of Weapons is 17, like all the kids in one classroom go missing on the same night, and they can't find them. And that's the setup of the movie, essentially, for the most part, without spoiling anything. And the trailers were all well done. So I was like, and it came out on digital this week. So I was like, you know what? I had some Amazon credit where like the rental was the rental, usually when the movies come out on digital, it's like $25 to buy and $19 to rent it, which is like kind of ridiculous. So I'll usually wait for stuff to be like $5 to rent. But I had a bunch of Amazon credit where it basically came down to like $5 to rent.
Wait,
so I'm like, all right,
it's available to rent already?
Yeah, man. The turnaround from theaters to digital is really quick. Really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, the movie came out like August 8th, and so it was basically a month later. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to watch this. You know, I don't really watch too many horror, and it's not because I get squeamish or scared. It's just that a lot of them really don't interest me. But this one did, and I watched it, and it's good. But I was a little bit disappointed, because I called what was going to happen at the very beginning of the movie. And I was like, it better not be this thing. And it ended up being exactly that thing. And I was like, oh, it's kind of lame that I figured it out immediately. But even though there were some brutal kills in that movie, some really cool things do happen visually, the way it's directed, I didn't love it as much as everybody else did. But I still enjoyed it. And yeah, so that's Weapons. So if you enjoy a good horror movie, it might be for you. Although I would definitely wait until it's a little bit cheaper, or wait for it to go on HBO Max. But I guess HBO Max might have their own thing. Did you see that Paramount's looking to buy all of Warner Brothers now?
I did say that,
Wasn't it not that long ago that Sony wanted to buy parts? Because Warner Brothers was going to get split up. And the rumor was that Sony was looking to buy the streaming and gaming half of it. This was like a couple months ago, right? Because we talked about that. But now apparently Paramount wants to buy the entirety, like all of Warner Brothers. And like, they canceled. Okay, what's the timeline here? Because didn't they just merge with Skydance?
I didn't know Paramount was big enough.
Well, so they just didn't they just merge with Skydance not that long ago? They made that huge deal with South Park. They made that huge deal with UFC for a crap ton of money. And now all of a sudden they're going to buy potentially Warner Brothers. That almost kind of is very much reminiscent of like Disney buying Fox years and years ago. What do you think about that? What do you think about if Paramount bought Warner Brothers? Is that something you'd be okay with? I've seen people saying on the scale of Xbox like buying ABK, what like is that like this? Well, it wouldn't be like $70 billion worth, but is that in the same area you're looking at, you know?
I don't really care much about Warner Brothers properties anymore. I mean, what's Warner Brothers done that's been absolutely spectacular in recent years? I mean, if you're a Harry Potter fan, then yeah, maybe, but like, I don't really care about Harry Potter. I don't really care about Mortal Kombat. Batman, Rocksteady's basically been run to the ground. I don't really care. Like, I enjoyed Superman, but it's also like, I don't care about it that much,
Well, what about the idea of a media conglomerate just absorbing another media conglomerate?
I mean, it's just is what it is, isn't it? It's just the way things go. Well, I'm completely apathetic towards it. I mean, I don't care about either company, so go nuts, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw that news, and I guess like Paramount's stock price was up 20% on the news because everybody's like, oh, we might be able to get our money. I was just thinking, well, maybe Paramount Plus would actually be a useful subservice if Paramount Plus suddenly then all had all of HBO's content. You
Mm,
know, because it definitely seems like
yeah,
Paramount
maybe.
Plus is one of those things. Like, well, does anybody even have Paramount Plus? I mean, I do because I'm on my buddy's Paramount Plus because I couldn't imagine paying for it because there's like nothing on
Mm.
there essentially outside of. I don't even think there's anything on there. Like, why do I even have Paramount Plus? I don't even, there was something I was watching on there.
Halo?
Oh, I was
A
watching.
Halo show?
I was watching Dexter Resurrection,
Oh, right. Yeah.
which was utterly fantastic for anybody that is a lapsed Dexter fan like I was. Like, my whole thing with Dexter was I thought seasons 1 through 4 were great. Like, top tier television, and it kind of fell off a cliff, really, like seasons 5 through 7. And it ended awfully. Like, when you think about shows that had a god-awful series finale, one of the ones that comes right to mind is Dexter and how that show went out. And the fall from the early seasons when it was, you know, as they say, cinema. Like, it was one of... God, I remember watching Dexter for the first time when they unveiled Netflix for the first time on the 360 with Netflix watch parties. Do you remember Netflix watch parties?
I don't think we ever. I don't know if we had them in the UK. I think it might have been a US only thing, but I never used it in any case. I don't think I even had Netflix back then.
Oh,
But I
man.
am aware of what it was.
Yeah, like, how cool was that? I remember one of the first things me and my buddies did was watch Netflix and this Netflix watch party because none of us had seen it at the time because I don't think I had Showtime. And it was like so cool. And I mean, they got rid of the Netflix watch party stuff really quickly, but it always sticks out of my memory because that was how I first discovered Dexter. Really liked the show, fell off the show because the quality really suffered. They brought it back after X amount of years because the whole streaming platform wars, so they needed shows to come back, and they brought Dexter back, and it wasn't very good. But then this season is kind of a continuation of the previous season. And this season was so good, bro. Like, it is like prime Dexter all over again, where every episode was just tight and you were wondering what was going to happen. And I'm like, wow, did they really regain like their karma, like the confidence that the show had in those early seasons that they ended up losing? But anybody who hasn't already watched Dexter Resurrection or doesn't know anything about it, if you like Dexter like I did, just check out Dexter Resurrection. You don't even need to watch the previous season. Just like watch a recap because it's really not really important outside of Dexter's son and what happens at the very end. But just enjoy this season because it was so good. It was so good. I had a smile watching. I was like, man, Dexter is fucking back. Let's go. You know, it was a great time. But other than that, Jez, I figured that, you know, let's do some housekeeping and then we'll start the show. We got a lot of stuff here to talk about, don't we?
We sure do.
Yeah, so do us a big favor, guys. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber already. Let everybody else know that we are live on YouTube at our normal time, normal day, Friday. What is today? September. You can see where my mind is already. September 12th. This is episode 379, I believe.
Yep,
So,
that's correct.
Jez, this episode we have a sponsor, as usual.
We sure do.
It's the one and only Surfshark, yes?
Surfshark. Surfshark.
Surf Shark.
Surfshark VPN. So yeah, Surfshark VPN, awesome VPN service, and they are our sponsor today. So here's the ad read from those lovely people. Looking for a smarter way to protect your digital life? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for safe, seamless online browsing. Whether you're watching your favorite shows, leveling up in your favorite games, or just catching up on the latest tech trends, Surfshark has your back with blazing fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Ready to experience internet freedom like never before? Surfshark helps you cut through online barriers with ease. No more geoblocks, no more restrictions. Access global content, unlock new possibilities, and enjoy a cleaner, faster browsing experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web tech, which fends off ads, trackers, and malware all before they reach your browser. Your privacy is our top priority. With a strict no logs policy, your online activity stays yours and yours alone. And with Surfshark's powerful encryption, your personal data is wrapped in layers upon layers of security, giving you total peace of mind while you surf. Here's a deal you will not want to miss. XB2 podcast listeners get a whopping 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. Reclaim your online freedom today. Click the link in the description to get started. Browse boldly, browse safely, and surf with Surfshark. So yeah, Surfshark's an awesome VPN service that I personally use. I've got it installed on my web browser on my PC. I've got it installed as an app on my phone. You can also install it at a router level on some routers as well. And you can use one account with unlimited devices. And what it does is mask your connection to another country. So I can be in America and make myself look like I'm in the UK to Netflix and then get ad-free WWE and also get all the PLIs and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, Surfshark is awesome and I highly recommend it. If you're using a competing solution, you might want to check Surfshark out anyway, because it does have a lot of extra features. It's also, they're headquartered in a country that doesn't require companies to take data logs. So that gives you an extra layer of security and all that kind of stuff. And also RAM-based servers. So even if they wanted to keep logs, the servers don't retain any data anyway. So really awesome service, highly recommend. And if you check them out, costs about, I think it's $2.50 a month with our deal. Links in the description. So yeah, do check them out. And it also supports the show.
That's right. It sure does. And we also have the wonderful Patreon members who support me and Jez over on patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description. The question and answer thread is open for anybody that wants to drop us a line, and we will get to your question at the end of the show. We were pretty busy. I mean, I couldn't really get anything going this past week for Xbox 2 Ultimate, but my schedule looks pretty open next week, so hopefully me and Jez can get together and either do an Xbox 2 plus 1 or an Xbox 2 Ultimate next week for you guys. But we do have shout outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We have Resin Force, iMike Zero, Tears, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark Dots, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Dude52C, Foreign Object, RS Donk, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duell, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T. and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Briggs Country, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for the continued support. You're all amazing people. We love you. So Jez, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about you know what? I know what we're going to talk about. We're going to celebrate a Jez Corden W, shall we?
Oh.
Now,
did I have a W?
I mean, you kind of did, although we already knew it, you know, with the whole Final Fantasy stuff on coming to Xbox, right? Because, you know, you got a lot of shit for that. You came in and said basically the whole slate, and people were, what's the right word to use?
Skeptical?
This was like this time last year where you were like, the whole slate's coming, and because it didn't all show up at Tokyo Game Show last year, people were like, fucking loser, just making stuff up, he doesn't know anything, right? You know, that type of talk. Even though I think it was what was the Final Fantasy game announced last year at Tokyo Game Show? It was like Crystal. It was like all the early Final Fantasies, right?
Crystal. Oh, you mean the collection?
Yeah, it was like the collection that was announced, and then last year,
Pixel Remaster Collection.
Pixel Remaster Collection, and then this year at the June showcase, they announced Final Fantasy 16 was a shadow drop. Also, that Final Fantasy 7 Remake Intergrade was coming to the platform later this year, which was originally announced for winter, but because of the Nintendo Direct today, we got an official date. So Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming to Xbox January 22nd. Now, Nate DeHate and others, even you, had said, like, everything's coming. They confirmed today, Jez, that the whole trilogy is coming to Xbox.
Sure did.
I don't know if you saw that, but basically what they said was Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate arrives on Nintendo Switch 2, Xbox Series X and X, and Xbox on PC January 22nd, 2026. That's not all. The entire Remake trilogy will be making its way to Switch 2, Xbox Series X and S, and Xbox on PC, as well as PlayStation 5, Steam, and Epic Game Store. So obviously the confirmation that Rebirth will eventually come at some point. But the thing that I took away from that is it definitely seems more likely that Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 will be day one on pretty much all the platforms, it looks like. I mean, I guess there's some question of whether or not it might be a time exclusive and they're just getting it out of the way of, well, it'll come to every platform eventually. But the way that announcement's structured and the way that kind of Sony typically deals in their timed exclusivities where they don't really want other platforms mentioned for a while because they like that ambiguity. But it definitely seems like announcing this now and being like, the whole thing's coming, it really seems like the third one's just going to be everywhere all at once, which is great for the franchise, and great for, Xbox players, Switch players, and everything. What do you think about that? I mean, it's almost kind of exactly what we thought might potentially happen about 3 being just day one multi-platform, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, it was incredibly annoying to see, like, even respected industry figures call me a fanboy for suggesting that I'd heard the whole slate was coming to Xbox. And it's just like, bro, like, you guys have covered previous leaks I've had. It goes back to, like, what that other guy said before. It was like, I believe Jez when it's negative news, but he's a fanboy when it's positive news, So yeah, it was pretty funny. But we've all known the writing was on the wall about all this shit for ages at this point. We got Final Fantasy 16, we got Final Fantasy 7 Remake was announced, and integrated. So it was just a matter of time before everything came across. The thing I'm irritated about now, the thing I'm irritated about now is the fact that, Final Fantasy Tactics is not Xbox Play Anywhere.
But apparently Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is, I guess.
Yeah. I think this is just a case of, like, the code base being a bit weird between the different versions. And then, because one of the things you have to do with regards to Xbox Play Anywhere, you have to make cloud saves available and all that kind of stuff. And in order to be able to do that, your PC version and your console version have to be able to communicate with each other well. And I'm presuming that whatever version they've got coming to console is probably not fully compatible with whatever version they got coming to PC. I mean, to just assume it. So, I don't know. But it's not a big deal. But I've actually got an article coming soon where it's like, it's kind of annoying that a lot of the games I want to play kind of on Xbox Play Anywhere now. It's kind of like, it's weird. It's kind of like a nice problem to have. Because the problem we used to have was that the games didn't come to Xbox at all. But yeah, we've moved past that now. So I'm happy that Final Fantasy fans are finally getting the premium treatment on Xbox, so to speak. It was already the case that Xbox had more Final Fantasy games on its platform thanks to backwards compatibility than other platforms did. So Xbox fans, Final Fantasy fans on Xbox have been eating well for a few months now, but it does seem like Square Enix is going really, really hard supporting Xbox.
I mean, they've talked about their futures multi-platform, so
yeah, But like they didn't have to support Xbox Play Anywhere. Like Capcom doesn't. Capcom like supports Xbox Play Anywhere occasionally, like here and there. They did did for Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 7, but they didn't for 4 and 8.
I think we know why Capcom doesn't, because they basically come out and said they're like most of their business is done on PC these days, right?
Well, then you'd think they would bring it to PC,
Well,
right?
well,
They
the
get a
thing,
better cut on Xbox for PC.
yeah, but like the thing with Xbox on PC is that what does it matter if your cut's 5% or 10% or whatever percent if nobody's buying your games on that platform anyways? You know,
Yeah,
they're
it is. It's an issue for Microsoft
yeah,
to
it is
solve.
it
It's a chicken
definitely
and
an
egg
issue.
kind of thing.
Yeah, because at some point, you know, you look at Capcom and they're like, our games are going to sell. We're going to sell all the copies we need on Steam. And Xbox and Microsoft could be like, well, you know, you could just put your version on our store and we'll give you 10%, right? Well, we'll give you 90% or whatever the cut would be. And it was like, but if nobody uses the store, Capcom will look at it and be like, well, there's no reason to do the port because there's not worth our time and our money. And that could potentially change with Xbox's next gen approach. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. But we've also talked about the idea of previously about how developers love to make people double dip, where you know they don't want to give away a PC copy for free, which is exactly what Xbox Play Anywhere is. Right? You buy one version. And you get all these perks. Get a console version, get the PC version, get the streaming versions, essentially. And since Capcom's business is, you know, majority on PC these days, they may look at it like we don't want to give away free PC copies and potentially eat into our revenue stream on PC, where then some people might buy it on console and then buy it on PC. I don't know, you know, how big that user base is that would want to buy something on a Switch 2 or buy something on a PS5 or buy something on an Xbox console and then also buy it on PC. I would imagine that is a very small cross section of people. And considering I don't think their games have cross save or anything, so it's not like Cyberpunk where if you bought it on Xbox and then bought it on PC, you could at least continue on with the progress you've made. I think probably simply that it just isn't worth it for them unless Microsoft, you know, grease some palms.
No, I definitely
you know?
agree. I mean, it's on Microsoft to figure out how to make it worthwhile for people. Yeah,
But
and no doubt about it.
Did you
But
see
I'm
the?
just saying, like, it's. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know one of the things a lot of games do these days is game comes out and maybe it's a little too hard. I did see Silk Song. A lot of the discussion around Silk Song was about how hard it is, and I think they mentioned the first patch is going to be coming soon, which is going to nerf some of the earlier bosses. Apparently,
Isn't it already live?
oh, maybe it already is. I don't know. I haven't really paid too much attention to what's going on with Silk Song yet because I have yet to play it, and it's on my list to play sometime this year. But I haven't. You know, I'm not playing it now, so I'm not paying attention to what's going on. But you know, like Liza P did the same thing. It's like, okay, we're gonna do this thing to make things easier. A lot more, a lot of like accessibility options added to games to make things easier for people that maybe aren't as good at gaming. And I did see at least this new accessibility feature added for Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. I wanted to get your thoughts on. They added this thing where your HP and MP are always maxed out. Every hit you do does 9,999 damage, and you're always maxed out on items. Yeah. Did you see that?
That's weird, man.
But is it weird in the sense that I would imagine a lot of people on Xbox and Nintendo have already played the game. Maybe they want to play it again without really challenging themselves. They just want to or they're trying to get new users completely, right? Like someone who's on a Switch 2, maybe younger, or someone who's on Xbox who doesn't.
Is this like in accessibility settings, or is this like a new difficulty mode or whatever?
Let me see if I can find it because I saw it today and I was like, that's interesting. That I don't know at that point why not just like basically say it turns on like God mode and you just like run through the game as essentially unbeatable.
Well, God modes existed when we were kids, and it was like just add it as a setting or something.
This is introducing a brand new streamlined progression features in Final Fantasy VII Remake integrated Nintendo Switch 2, Xbox Series X and X, and Xbox on PC. always have maximum HP and MP, always deal 9,999 damage to enemies, and always have max number of items with some exceptions. And they have a video here of, Cloud battling, and like he's like hitting people and it's 9,999 damage, and health is always maxed out and stuff. So I would imagine this is like something you would turn on if you just wanted to go. And of course, like one of the first comments here, Jarvis, activate journalist mode. Someone else, Astro Cyborg, game journalist. After seeing this, and it's like a thing of like people, Chad like smiling, like, oh yeah, so God mode, yeah. But I saw this and I was like, I know like accessibility things have been a huge thing. Developers trying to expand their audience to get people who maybe wouldn't try it out and being like, here, play this on a baby mode. You might enjoy it, but what do you?
Or actually just let babies play it, man.
What do you think about this mode? As someone who's played Final Fantasy VII Remake, being like, just never lose health and just deal 10,000 damage each hit.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's a mode, It's like you said, like back in the day, we used to have God mode, and when I was a little kid playing GTA, I used to slap the cheats in, spawn a tank, and just drive around sometimes. So I think they could approach it more like that, where it's just like the cheats or whatever, because cheating's fun sometimes. Especially when you're a little kid, right?
Yes.
I think I had when I was really young, I had one of them Exploder cheat cartridges. Did you ever use one of them?
No, I had God, I'm forgetting the name of it now. Was it the Genie? I think was that the
Game Genie.
Game Genie. I had Game Genie. Yeah.
Yeah, Exploder was similar. Explorer. It was similar to that. And you plugged in for example, you plug in. I used it for Super Mario All Stars, I think, and I plugged it into my into that, and so I could go to the Star Road more easily. You had to do a bunch of shit to get to the Star Road in Super Mario. Was it 3 or 4 World? I can't remember. It's a long fucking time ago, man. But I think it's fine, one thing that does bug me actually about Final Fantasy VII is that you have to unlock the hard mode. I kind of feel like if you're doing that to make it easier for people who want it easier, can't you give me options to make it harder for people who want it harder? Because I think putting the hard mode behind completing the game.
Yeah, I hate.
I don't want to. I don't really want to do it again.
That's one of my pet peeves with games, is when they have hard mode locked behind beating the game the first time.
Yeah, Kronos the New Dawn did
that. Kronos the New Dawn does that, and Final Fantasy 16 did that with the Final Fantasy mode where it was harder and stuff. But
Final Fantasy 16 is one game that desperately needed that, because Final Fantasy 16's combat is among the most brain dead combat designs I've ever experienced in a game, at least a modern game. It was so boring.
And I always want to ask the developer, why did you want to do this? Why did you want to drop or hide the hardest? And I guess maybe sometimes they'll have your normal, easy, normal, hard, and then very hard's unlocked, or locked behind the beating the game once or whatever. And it's just why is that? Why couldn't someone is the game too hard for somebody to start out at very hard from the very beginning? Or what have you, but it's just, for Kronos the New Dawn, both me and Jez beat the game. We'll talk about it a little bit more later on. To me, there's no reason why hard's not available at the beginning.
No.
I
mean, in Kronos, it's it's part of New Game Plus, right? And when you play New Game Plus,
you could still do New Game Plus and still play it on normal. It's not a feature of New Game Plus where it's New Game Plus is the hard mode. It's no, you could still play New Game Plus on normal.
Sure. But in hard mode, obviously enemies hit harder, maybe they got more health and stuff like that. But in New Game Plus, you've still got all your shit. You've still got your powerful weapons, your upgraded weapons and stuff like that. I could actually see a scenario in that game where there's physically not enough ammo available to kill the monster in an encounter, because sometimes you get locked in a room and there's only so much ammo available. And it's almost like, well, am I gonna have to punch this guy to death? And I think like you probably could do it and punch a monster to death by dodging them and stuff. But I can imagine that there would be some scenarios where that could be really frustrating. But in a game like Final Fantasy 16, I feel like there's absolutely no excuse whatsoever. Because it's like one of the easiest modern games I've played recently. It was easy to the point of being boring, like I said. And I think, maybe for me, coming up soon, there is actually an interview going on where I could ask someone some of this kind of question.
Yeah, I guess we'll. I don't know. I guess they're always going to add and try to do new things to get people to try out their games. I was just surprised to see the Final Fantasy VII thing because I don't know. There's a part of me that was like, well, Final Fantasy VII Remake's a pretty long game, or at least longer. It's not like a short game, and I played it recently, and I'm just like, well, when it comes to Xbox, do I play it again? And I was like, I don't know. There's all these other games I want to play. Do I really want to spend more time in Final Fantasy VII Remake? Because I haven't played Rebirth yet, and I'm just going to play it when it comes to Xbox because I haven't played the game at all. But one of those things is like, well, do I really want to replay Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Remake? And I thought the same with Final Fantasy 16. I'm like, well, now it's on an Xbox. I'd rather have Xbox achievements and have it on my profile and stuff. But when when it came down to it, I was just like, I just don't have the time. It's already something I experienced. And then
there's
I thought
too much else to play. Right?
There's like all these other games, all these other new games that I played that I was just like, well, maybe if it was like shorter, if it was like a 10-hour experience, maybe I'd do it again instead of, because Final Fantasy 16 doing everything, which I did, was like 50 plus hours. That's a large chunk of time. So I was like, I saw this and I'm like, well, maybe I could play Final Fantasy VII Remake and just blaze through it and put this setting on where everything, I deal 10,000 damage. Just literally to run through the game before I go to play Rebirth. So I'm kind of like caught up fresh with what happened. But it's like, how much time when I'm actually saving, if I'm actually battling in Final Fantasy VII and just killing everything instantly or as quick as you possibly can by doing that much damage? Would it be that much time? Would it still take you about as long as it normally would? And I was kind of
just skipping cutscenes as well. I mean,
yeah, but then it's like I kind of don't want to skip cutscenes because the whole point would be to kind of refresh my memory about like what the game is and stuff like that. And I was like, well, then I might as well just watch a YouTube recap and just go into Rebirth. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, so Xbox fans, don't worry. We got the Remake Trilogy coming to... when do you think Rebirth will come? Because we got Intergrade on January 22nd. Do you think Rebirth comes the fall then? Like fall of 2026, essentially? Do you think they wait that long to kind of stagger their releases?
I suppose like that could be like quite strategic about placing out because you want to avoid Grand Theft Auto, right?
You do, and you don't know when Grand Theft Auto is releasing. I mean, they say it's in May, but it very well could be the fall. Still,
yeah.
So
maybe you want to, if it's like if the port's like done, and it's a port, not really like a new release. So it's not like the devs are going to be sitting around doing nothing. I think you could probably be a little bit more strategic about where you place it. Maybe you do look for something that's specifically like very, very favorable for the game. So I couldn't really make a prediction based on that purely because it could be a case of like them being strategic about it, right?
Well, then I was.
But if I had to guess, I would think like, yeah, stagger it out. I suppose I would personally want to get it out before GTA.
Well, I mean, they could easily just hold it to. It could really just be January 22nd, 2027.
A whole year?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, you'd at least want it out sometime before the third part, but the third part probably is going to be out in, 2020 for Intergrade, or 2020 for the remake, 2025, was it 2025? No, 2024, came out last year. So 4 years in between. let's say you add another 4 years, so that's 2028. Maybe so if you're doing the 4 years, so 3 would be 2028. I mean, you could easily put Rebirth in 2027 in the beginning. So you have a year apart. You know, this right? Like early next year.
Here's the thing about that. I think the next Final Fantasy VII entry comes out more quickly.
Okay.
Because they did Final Fantasy VII, and that was sort of a linear kind of game. And I think the reason the next one took so long is because they had to develop it more into an open world kind of game, right? So there was a lot of new tech there and whatever, and assets that to develop and things like that. Whereas like the next Final Fantasy game, presuming it is again a sort of semi-open world with linear segments kind of game. And to be fair, Final Fantasy Rebirth, it is heavily handcrafted. There are like these sort of boring Ubisofty open world kind of bits, which I really didn't enjoy very much myself. But there is like the more fun linear kind of sections as well, which I thought were really a lot more entertaining. But those are also handcrafted. There's almost like enough of them that they could be like represent the sort of linear bits from Final Fantasy VII Remake. So for me, I think potentially it could be like instead of 4 years, maybe 3 years.
Okay, I guess it really all depends on timing and stuff. So we'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
We will definitely see. What else we got here? What do you think about this, Jez? Xbox bringing their streaming solution to LG screens and cars. Is this the future?
I mean,
are we going to be able to stream Silk Song in our cars while we drive?
The videos they've shown of it is like it's like passenger seats, so like the people sitting in the back, like kids and stuff, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've never seen a car in my life that has a screen in the back.
Really?
I don't know if that's just an American thing or something like that. I'm never in Europe seeing a car with a screen in the back. So I don't know how popular this is going to be, but it's like, yeah, I guess, whatever, you know. It's literally just a web app, and it's literally just LG's WebOS, whatever. So it's almost like this could have been an email. I suppose it was an email.
Yeah, I mean, they had some videos.
You talk about niche. This is like about as niche as it could possibly get. Does anyone in chat have a car that's compatible with this shit? Because I don't know anyone who's got a car that's compatible with this shit.
I mean,
what do you drive around? Lambo?
I got a Grand Marquis, but I don't have any screens in the cars that would be able to play this. You know.
What's a Grand Marquis? Who makes them?
You know, the thing, I guess, is a lot of like minivans, a lot of bigger vehicles would have the screens in the back for the kids to watch or whatever, or, you know, the big, really expensive cars. But it's just, I think it's more of just, even though I would imagine they probably all think nobody's really going to use this, because who really games in their car? This is more just kind of like Xbox everywhere or anywhere. And it's just like, this is, you know, I almost sort of think they did it just because they wanted to be like, this is an Xbox that goes vroom, you know, because they do that sort of stuff. And it's almost like, we just want to do this and announce this because we like that tagline of like, this is an Xbox or this is a cat and that sort of stuff. Because like, realistically, come on. Unless there's a future where nobody's driving anymore and we're all in, you know, driverless vehicles, and there's a screen, and then you know, if you're going to work, there's some time where you could spend watching something or playing something where, okay, now, you know, you have all these people driving, but nobody's actually driving. They can actually interact with the content, which I don't know.
That's a good point, actually. Are they getting ahead of the curve? Because you have to presume, you know, fully automated cars is eventual, right? You have to presume that eventually. Don't they already have them in San Francisco? Like,
I mean, maybe
regularly?
I don't know, but it's one of those things where you think of the future, and I think of the movie I, Robot, where like Will Smith, he's like driving in the car, but the car drives itself, and he's just like doing whatever in the car. And you always think about like the future. Like, and I remember as the future when I was a kid, like in the 80s or 90s, being like, oh man, I can't wait till we have flying cars. And it doesn't ever really seem like we're going to have flying cars. Or
it sure doesn't.
In like, you know, thinking like, man, at some point, cars are going to drive for us. And maybe we're at that tipping point where you could have that. But it's still tough for me to imagine considering the technology and sometimes the mistakes it makes, because you do see videos of some of these cars will just make a weird turn out of nowhere, and you're just like, but I even think in some of the places that allow that, someone has to be behind the wheel still, like
I
you
actually
can't.
saw I saw a YouTube video, like a documentary recently about the first iteration of Tesla's auto driving bullshit. And like Tesla themselves were like, look, if you're going to use this, you absolutely have to have your hands on the wheels at all times. And this guy was like, there was a YouTuber who was like really into it, like a tech YouTuber. And he was so confident in the tech, he like did something to the sensors on the steering wheel, so like it would think he was driving it or something. And he was literally asleep on the freeway. And sure enough, he fucking crashed the car and died because
Mhm.
yeah. And this was like the first iteration of this tech. Um, so but I do it is pretty clear that it's eventually going to be a more of a mainstream thing. I've never seen it in the UK. I can't imagine the UK government's usually really errs on the side of caution when it comes to anything, because we've got a nationalized health system. Like everything has to be costed out. It's like anything that could risk causing the health service more expenses, like i.e. AI cars crashing. The government's going to be like, oh no, we'll wait until that's absolutely sure, right? But I've seen like there's a lot of US cities that actually have this shit enabled even right now, which is interesting. And I suppose Microsoft's potentially senses like, well, if this is going to be a thing, we could get ahead of this, make sure our cloud gaming stuff's available in all cars. Because imagine if you're commuting in somewhere like New York City, or well, I suppose most people commute on the subway in New York, but you know, commuting in LA, for example, which doesn't have a metro system, and LA traffic's kind of notorious. Imagine if like the car just drives itself while you could get your gaming on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is probably, uh, that's probably a scenario that's not 10 years away. To be honest, it's probably less than 10 years, maybe like 5 years or
I
something.
mean,
I wouldn't be
potentially.
surprised.
And it's like, yeah, it's all based on the streaming solution, and they have the partnership, so it's like whatever. It's doesn't mean anything right now, but it might mean something in 5 or 10 years. And you're right,
Yeah,
Microsoft tends to do these things that are ahead of the curve sometimes. Connect,
yeah.
digital rights,
See,
even
see, see. Tim Purr in chat just says, Jez, that's called a train. The problem is, right? Trains move too quick for cloud gaming. So I suppose like with a train, you could have something like an Xbox Ally and an Nova Legion Go, but like trains generally move too quick for cloud gaming, and because you're constantly moving from different 5G masts. But if you're stuck in traffic, that's perfectly fine for 5G. So it's sort of like it's a whole different
yeah. And
proposition,
even
maybe.
thinking of cloud gaming, apparently it's getting upgrades soon. I think I saw an article, um, written
Yes,
by someone at
by
Windows
me.
Central Gaming. Was it by you?
It was by me, yeah. So Red, who runs the Better xCloud app. So like Red on Red PHX on Twitter and Blue Sky. He's an independent developer who makes he makes like an add-on for cloud gaming, which makes it better, right? It's like it's like an extension for your web browser, which will um run a bunch of enhancements on xCloud and make it better overall. So it's a really impressive little service, completely free, and you should definitely check it out. But because of the work he does on that, he also gets a lot of like he's also constantly looking at the code for xCloud and stuff. So he gets a lot of the insights before anyone else, because nobody else is really looking at it in that kind of depth, right? So he often posts all of the stream your own game titles that have been greenlit on the service, because Microsoft's adding random games here and there, like almost on a weekly basis at this point. I think 3 more were added today. Not particularly interesting games, but it's like a lot of indie games and stuff like that are being added to the service. And Microsoft's definitely ramping up on some of that stuff. But the more interesting thing that I noticed was, first of all, he noticed that Microsoft was going to bring xCloud to more tiers of Game Pass, which Microsoft had code named, but because of the way it was structured within the code, it was just obvious that these were part of entitlements, right? And I actually wrote an article a few months ago saying that like I'd heard Microsoft's going to expand xCloud to more tiers, and this was like the first hard evidence of that rumor panning out, right? But then last week, or was it this week? I have no concept of time anymore. But he recently noticed that Microsoft had added a bunch of new streaming tiers to cloud. One of them is 1080p HQ, one of them is 720p HQ, another one is 1440p, not HQ. So Microsoft right now has xCloud in 720p and 1080. Those are the names of the current tiers. So presumably HQ means higher bitrate, because that's one thing people on xCloud users complain a lot about, especially on TVs. It looks quite pixelated because the bitrate's low.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like they're going to add higher bit rates maybe to some of the higher tiers. And then there's also this 1440p mode, which should improve resolution, you know. So it does seem like Microsoft's pushing ahead with xCloud, just improvements in general. And, you know, I've been using it to play Hollow
Does
Knight
seem
a
like
bit.
it's fallen pretty far behind, like GeForce Now, right? Like GeForce Now is using 5090s and stuff, and
Yeah, GeForce Now
at
does
least
have
on the
like
tech side of stuff, right?
yeah, GeForce Now has the 4090s and the 4K streaming tier, but it's not cheap, man. And also with GeForce Now, you have to bring your own games.
True.
So, a lot of the games aren't available on Steam, and also GeForce Now's platform is a bit weird because what it does when you boot into GeForce Now, it boots up a whole computer. So you're in the desktop, and then it starts loading up the apps needed for the game to run, and then it loads the game. So it's a bit strange the way it works. And I actually had an issue with it where um when the way GeForce Now works is when you exit the game, it exits the client and the virtual machine shuts down, right? So I had an issue where like GeForce Now crashed. The game inside the virtual machine in GeForce Now crashed. And then because the virtual machine closed down, it didn't upload my cloud save. So I lost a shitload of progress. Like a shitload. You know, whereas with xCloud, if a game crashes, you're not going to have that issue because the virtual machine is still running in the background to do the cloud save and the upload and all that kind of stuff. So on the tech side, generally speaking, GeForce Now is better. It's a higher bit rate. The latency seems better. Microsoft actually tells me that in their scientific testing, the latency is equivalent. But because their bit rate's better, it can create the perception that of improved latency. I don't know how true that is because I was like, I did like some tests. Obviously, it depends how close you are to the servers, right? But I remember I was in a hotel room once and I was trying to play. I actually used this. I actually used this example to Microsoft. I said I was in a hotel room trying to play Expedition 33 with xCloud, and I physically couldn't pull off the parries because the latency was not strong enough. So I switched to GeForce Now, and the latency was as such that I could pull off the parries. And I don't know if that's because it had a better frame rate or something like that, and it wasn't necessarily a result of the latency. But I'm just saying, overall, it was a better experience, and that's what the perception that people have is. It ultimately depends where you're situated and where the servers are and things like that. But I do think Microsoft's catching up, especially if these bitrate improvements are going to be part and parcel of that. So yeah, I mean they're not slowing down on the investment, and it really flies in the face of some reports from maybe a year ago, a couple of years ago, that was saying like Microsoft's going to quit cloud and stuff. It's like, well, evidently not, right? They're pushing harder on cloud than ever. But I think like it's a good thing that Microsoft's trying to offer a sort of a more simplistic and accessible experience with cloud, because I don't think GeForce Now is like it's not as simple as xCloud. Like xCloud just kind of works. But like sometimes I've had some weird quirks with the virtual machines in GeForce Now when I've tried to use it. And I do actively use both. But
yeah, you know what? I want to talk
because
about.
it's also tied to PC Game Pass, so
True. You know, I want to talk about some of the games we've been playing this week because
sure.
I have been playing a bunch.
I think though before we do that,
Okay.
I think you should grab some super chats because they're backed up a bit, and
All
some of
right.
them are relevant to an earlier conversation as well.
Okay, let me get some of that. We got some of this stuff here. We got Nocturnal Vision who dropped 5 Randall Thor 19 gift memberships. Appreciate you, and hopefully everyone who got the gift memberships appreciates all the emotes that comes with it. He also gave a super chat for $3. Thank you very much. We have Champagne Supernova who says, have a great show, fellas. Love from Australia. It's seen some pretty gross reactions about events from the gaming cabal the last few days. Thanks for the reprieve, XB2. That's what we're here for. Let's talk about gaming, having a good time. Getting away from the world. Meat Puppet with Super Chat says, what is your opinion on BL4, which I assume is Borderlands 4? From what I've seen in trailers and unlimited gameplay, it looks pretty good already. Have the game. What do you guys think? It's funny because I actually talked to Jez about this before the show. Because Jez was asking me what I thought about Kronos, because I finished the game. And he was asking me, like, well, what are you playing now? Because I was done with Kronos. And we talked about Borderlands 4, and we talked about the reviews. For those that don't know, I think it's sitting at like an 84 and 85 on Metacritic right now. I don't know what it is with me. I think maybe it's because my experience with Borderlands 3 wasn't very good, where I sort of soured on the franchise. And
is this an Assassin's Creed Unity moment?
No, it's, well, partially. Okay, so let me explain. Like, I played Borderlands 1 and I bought Borderlands 2 in co-op. Had a great time. I love both those games. I think Borderlands 2 is the best, which isn't really a hot take where you say, like, yeah, Borderlands 2 is the best one. Borderlands 3, I largely played on my own. I didn't play it in co-op. And I picked the girl with the mech. And as I was playing the game, I ended up really not liking the character and really not liking her ultimate and really not liking her abilities. But I shouldered on. You know, I was just like, I'm going to get this game finished because that's what I do. And I just didn't really have a good time with the game. And so when Borderlands 4 came out, I watched the gameplay reveal and I'm like, it just looks like all the Borderlands I've ever played, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because that's what people want. Like, people want Borderlands to be this thing, to look this way, you know, and have the billions and billions and combinations of guns, right? All that sort of stuff. But I was just, in my mind, I'm remembering, like, I'm gonna have to play this game solo, and there's so many other games that were coming out, like, Silk Song, and there's all this other stuff that, in my mind, I basically skipped the game. I'm like, I'm not playing Borderlands this year. So, like, that's what happened. Like, would I have played it in a year if there weren't all these other games I'm trying to get to? Potentially, because there'd be like, hey, I don't got anything to play. What's out to play? Oh, look, it's Borderlands 4. I'm going to play this. It'll at least keep me busy for a couple weeks. But going into right now, it was like, especially with my family visiting for those 2 weeks when I really couldn't play anything. So I'm already like backed up on Shinobi and backed up on Metal Gear. Kronos comes out. The Metal Eating game looks pretty cool. You know, then you're going to have like Silent Hill, and then eventually Ghost of Yotei and Battlefield and Little Night. Like, there was just all this stuff where I was just like, Borderlands 4 is going to be a 50, 60 hour experience or whatever. And I'm just like, and then like Silk Song came out, and it was just like, there's all these other games that I want to play ahead of a Borderlands, that if I were to play Borderlands, it would then push these other games to the side. And I'm not really at that point where maybe I would have been with Borderlands after Borderlands 1 or after Borderlands 2, where I had such a great time that I was like, I really want to continue playing the franchise. But after my experience with Unity and all these other great games that are out, Borderlands is such a low priority for me at this point that the only way I'm probably never going to play it, because I'm not going to spend money on it. And I guess, and if there ever becomes a time where I do have, like, hey, what am I playing? There's nothing out. There are other games in my backlog that I would much rather play. So more than likely that I'm done. I'm just not going to play this one. So, I mean, I know Colt's playing it because he does love Borderlands and he's playing it mostly solo. But some people will be like, well, just find a co-op partner. But it's like, I game when I want. It's also, it's a lot easier when you were younger, when everybody's always on. But now it's like, I game when I feel like it, and I don't want to be tied down to the thing where, well, I'll be on now for these 2 hours, and you play for 2 hours, and you can't play again until that person or people are on again, and who knows when they'll get on again. Like, back then, everybody was always on, and everybody's always on for hours upon hours. So you could play easily 5, 6, 7 hours a night and be done after, in a week or whatever. Where now it's like, hell, when we were playing Ready or Not, like we'd have like an hour and a half, 2 hours to play, and that was it. We were done until one night it was like, oh, I can be on longer, or my daughter doesn't need this, so we could play for 3 or 4. And then there were some nights where they couldn't get on, so it was just basically this whole thing of trying to get everybody together to play it. And then even when you do play it, it was like, oh, we can only play for an hour and a half. And sometimes to me, and this is a me problem, if you were to tell me, hey, you can get on and play, and you could play for an hour and a half, or you could read a book, or you could watch a movie, I'd rather do anything than game for an hour and a half. Maybe it's just the way I am, but I don't. How do I properly explain this?
You're old.
No, it's not that. It's I get so invested in gaming that when I play something, I need to have more than an hour and a half. At least with the book, I can get through.
Can't you just play it solo?
What, Borderlands 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could, but I don't want to. And there's all these other games I'd rather play, so I'm not gonna. And after my experience playing Borderlands 3 solo was kind of tainted, and I was trying to explain why I think personally for me, if I only have an hour and a half to game, it's not worth even gaming at that point, because by the time I start and get into it, I'll be like, oh, I gotta end. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just me. And I'm sure that's probably not true for a lot of people or anybody at all. Maybe I'm just a weirdo, like Randall weirdo. But
oh, we knew that.
Yeah, when I like the game, I like to have like 4 hours of like, this is what I'm doing for the next 3 or 4 hours. I can get into it and do stuff.
I don't do that.
So that's me.
I don't do that. I game like here and there.
I can't game here and there. I need to have a block of time where I can really get into it. Otherwise, it's difficult for me. So, yeah. Because I know you just chip away at it. But for me, it's like, all right, if I don't have,
I mean, I've still like all the games that I've got installed on my hard drive right now are games that I play like randomly here and there. So I got Cyberpunk, played that a bit the other day. I'm installing Borderlands 4 now as a result of this conversation. I played Silksong a fair bit. Kronos: The New Dawn, New Game Plus, maybe. I'm also running Flight Simulator at the moment a little bit. Rand, I've been getting into aviation a bit lately.
Yeah,
learning about aviation and shit and planes and shit like that. It's kind of cool, man. Maybe I'm getting old. Maybe it's on a Delta. I've still got Doom: The Dark Ages installed because it's like I should play that at some point. Hell is Us, Overwatch, Stalker 2. Stalker 2 is a bad one because like every time I come to play it, they announce like, oh yeah, we've got a huge update that's going to completely revamp the game in a few months. And it's like, well, I'll wait for that then. And then like I saw this other game called Grit and Valor recently. Rain World, I don't even know what that is. Uninstall that. I think I must have installed that by accident. Death Stranding as well. Mandragora, that's another game I wanted to play that I didn't get around to. The Alters, I haven't finished that yet. Damn. So many random ass games. Oh man.
Yeah.
I just play all of them.
But I'm also not really into looter shooters. Like the idea of constantly, it's kind of like Destiny 2, where it was like you're doing all these tougher missions so you can get slightly better gear, so you can do the harder missions so you can get slightly better gear, and that's kind of there within Borderlands, where it's like we got to get this better gear for this stuff, so I just that gameplay loop doesn't do it for me. So once I hit the end, I'm done. I don't want to continuously do the same thing repeatedly that you know a lot of people love those looter shooters for. And with like the story as it was in 2, it was very enjoyable in co-op, and then 3 it wasn't. I was just like, I think I'm skipping 4. But I mean, sometimes that happens, and who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Maybe sometime next year there'll be a time frame where there's nothing going on and all the DLC's out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna play some Borderlands 4. It could happen, but doubtful for me.
I'm gonna give it a go.
We have Adam, who says, I tried going to Patreon to pay for the Q&A thing, but I just want to do the pay once per question thing. How would I do that? There you go, Jez.
Yeah, so I'd say just if you just want to pay once and don't want to subscribe, just drop a super chat instead, like you just did. Oh man.
Yeah, but if he wanted to do it on Patreon, how would he go about that? Just find the thread.
I'd have to turn it on.
Oh, did you turn it off?
I didn't have it turned on, so that's my bad. I'll turn it on now.
Okay.
I didn't have it turned on because people weren't using it, so I just thought nobody wants to do it this way. But if you want to do it, I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on now.
Yeah, so Jez, I guess he had it turned off, but if you want to do it, Jez is going to turn it back on. So somebody could do that if they want. We got Commander Shepard, who's been a member for 62 months, who says, just wanted to say today is my 5-year anniversary since subscribing. What has and always will be my favorite podcast on the Citadel. Keep it gaming, gents. Thank you. You're one of our favorite members on the Citadel as well. Good old Mass Effect. Thinking about the good old days of gaming. When Mass Effect and Bioware was one of the premier studios in the gaming industry, and now nobody really thinks of Bioware in that same way anymore. It's really sad. Really sad.
It is, isn't it?
Nah, it's sad. And there was always that thought process. And Bioware's not the only studio like this where whatever their next game was going to be peak. Right? Where now it's like, well, is the next Mass Effect going to be peak? Is the next Mass Effect going to come out at all? Like, there were studios you could trust to put out banger after banger after banger. No matter what. And maybe that's an issue with game development now, because even when you read some of Jason Schreier's stories, they always talk about that, like, oh, they thought the Bioware magic would happen, or the Rocksteady magic would come through, or the Bungie magic, where the game would come together fully, completely at the end, and because it's always happened before, so it will always continue to happen. And then, of course, it doesn't, whatever else happens. But yeah, just to think of like the great times with BioWare and some of those and the Mass Effect games. And it's funny because I got recommended this thing on YouTube. It was like the entire Mass Effect soundtrack, and I just spent a little bit of time there listening to some of my favorite tracks. And I'm just like, this is the life. How good we had it back then during the 360 generation. We didn't even know. We didn't even know what the future held. But we could dream for a little bit when you would sit there and listen to the music of Mass Effect and BioWare. And you're on the Normandy, Captain Shepard. It felt like anything was possible, Jez. It really did.
Yeah, well, get used to it, Rand. Time's just... everything's bad now, bro.
Yeah.
Everything's bad, bro. I'm booting up Borderlands 4. Let's see if it's any good.
All right, you boot it up. Meat Puppa says, Jez the man with 1 million unfinished games, maybe. That is definitely true.
Yeah, it's true, man. But apparently that's how most people play.
Yeah, most people play wrong. Corn 185 says, hello, do you know anything about the Silent Hill 2 remake for Xbox? The teaser trailer said it would be PS5 exclusive for at least 12 months. Thanks. Yes.
That's an interesting question. That's a good question, because I've been trying to find out shit about this, obviously, because I really like Kronos. Mm-hmm. And I really like Silent Hill 2 Remake as well, what I played of it, but my PC at the time just couldn't handle it. I got a better laptop now, which probably can handle it. But at this point, I'm kind of like, well, if it's coming to Xbox soon anyway, I might as well just wait for the Xbox version, because if it's like Kronos or even Silent Hill F, it might have Xbox Play Anywhere anyway as well. so I can like
Right.
put it on my handheld and stuff like that. And obviously it's been way more optimized now. Um, so I have been asking around. I can't get anything definitive, but it does sound like if it is a thing, Bloober isn't working on it right now. So presumably, if it is a thing that's happening soon, Konami's having another studio do the port. Um, and basically what I was told was the ball's in Konami's court, and they don't know. So nobody asked the Xbox seems to know for sure if it's coming anytime soon. Bloober as well doesn't seem to be working on it. So we just have to wait and maybe try and I gotta try and dig up something with Konami maybe.
Well, because
But
I believe the Silent Hill 1 remake was announced for the was announced for Xbox. I could be wrong. But I want
the
to
Silent Hill one was?
yeah, I want to say that was announced,
Oh right.
which
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. But the thing is, like those PlayStation things are, they may not even be able to talk about it until that 12 months is up, which would be sometime early next month. But they already have a Silent Hill game that is about to release. So the likelihood of them talking about and announcing Silent Hill 2 remake for Xbox while they're also trying to sell you
Doing
Silent
Silent
Hill
Hill
F,
F. Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
probably
yeah, yeah.
not good, because they're going to be like, one's going to take away from the other.
Do you want to
So
hear? Sorry, yeah, go on.
no, what do I want to hear?
Do you want to hear some of my thoughts on Silent Hill F? Because I've played it, and I've played it a lot. I've actually played it for 3 hours.
What, like the review build,
No, no,
or
no.
just that?
Preview build at Gamescom.
Okay, what was your quick thoughts on Silent Hill F? What do you think?
It's a very different Silent Hill. You know, it was very cutscene heavy, which I
Oh yeah,
thought
you talked about
gave.
this a little bit last week, didn't you?
I did I really? Oh, maybe I did. Well, just to reiterate, I thought it was very cutscene heavy, which kind of threw me a little bit. So I'm kind of like,
Or at
I don't
least
really think of.
cutscene heavy in the parts that you played. Maybe it's not. Maybe like the more you play, the less
Yeah.
cutscene heavy it is.
So like the PR people did tell me like, because I played for a good 3 hours, and the whole game up to that point was basically completely linear, right? And I was like, man, feels very linear for Silent Hill. And the PR person was like, yeah, just after this bit, it becomes a bit more traditional Silent Hill. So I'm just wondering, like, is this just all sort of like the prologue and stuff like that, and maybe it opens up later on?
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. So which is why like I really want Silent Hill. I really want Silent Hill 2 because that's more of a traditional Silent Hill than Silent Hill F seemed to be. Also, the combat felt a bit arcadey. Like hit press this button at the right time to do massive damage kind of thing, which again didn't feel very Silent Hilly to me, but I don't know, maybe it'll grow on me.
Konami may also want to do a thing where if they're going to do that, they also probably maybe want to do a Switch 2 version. And at that point, maybe they
Yeah.
bundle Silent Hill 2 announcement with Xbox and Switch 2 at the same time. Very much like how Square Enix was doing the Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate stuff, where it's like
Hazardor said in chat that Nate the Hate said Silent Hill might be talked about next year with Switch version, so
yeah, that is kind of my thinking as well, because it's like, why would you do an Xbox version when you're probably also going to do a Switch version? You probably would just combine your marketing dollars and have them both release at the same time, well ahead of Silent Hill 1. So, it's like whenever Konami is ready with the Switch 2 port, then they probably also at that point also do an Xbox version at the same time, because that's kind of seemingly what's been going on. So I would say, your Silent Hill game for this year is going to be Silent Hill F, and then probably at some point next year, in one of these Nintendo Directs, they'll announce Silent Hill 2, and then you'll get the PR announcement that it's releasing on Xbox and stuff, and then it'll eventually come. Whether that's a year like October of next year or something, or a
Mm.
different period. I think it's still going to come. It's just they're going to combine their resources. It doesn't make any sense to release them separately. They're just going to do it all in one go, right?
Yeah, I get that. Yep. Makes sense.
But yeah, Silent Hill 2 is great, absolutely great. We got here. Champagne Supernova says, Rand, as a former achievement tart like myself, how do you feel about Chivos like beating games in 5 hours or without dying like in Silk Song? Yeah, isn't there like a mode in Silk Song that's basically permadeath?
Yeah.
Like
So it's really interesting. It's like hidden. You have to like do some kind of button combination in the
yeah.
menu or
Well, I'm not
something.
sure it was hidden. I thought maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with the original Hollow Knight, I think once you beat the game, I think that mode unlocked for you to choose if you wanted to, because there were achievements for it, and there is an achievement for beating Silk Song in that mode, and actually in that mode, like 100%ing that mode, like 100% steal like that mode within a certain time frame, which like those are true achievements, and I don't mean the website. Like if you actually showed something where it's like I beat Silk Song without dying, I mean that's something to be. You're pretty damn good at the game at that point, right? Those are kind of what our achievements were made for. When you talk with your friends back before all this stuff, like, oh, I beat Mega Man without dying or whatever. Like that's an achievement. Obviously everything's been gamified now and structured where like, hey, you beat chapter 1, you get an achievement. There's stuff for doing that, whatever. But I never had a problem with those achievements because that's kind of what I always thought achievements were anyways. Like, oh, I beat this game in 3 hours. Like I was mentioning to Jez before the show. I mentioned like when Kronos the New Dawn and the New Game Plus stuff, and I was like, the thing about I thought about playing New Game Plus, but I don't know. I think the game's just too long, and I got too many other games to play. And like with Resident Evil, like Resident Evil always gives you these fun things to do potentially, where you could buy like an infinite rocket launcher and just barrel your way through something again if you really wanted to, which makes it a much quicker experience. And like those are kind of the things like, oh, like be professional with an S+ rating or whatever. And granted, there are ways to cheese it. I'm sure there's ways to cheese the Silk Song stuff. It's probably using what Jez would say, oh, the cloud saves. But how Xbox does is the cloud saves is basically, it keeps one of your saves, but it only updates, I think it only updates when the game closes. So it's kind of how I was able to get all the Elden Ring achievements in one playthrough, because you have like your save in the cloud before you make a choice. You make the choice, get the achievement, then you delete your local save, so it downloads your cloud save, and boom, you're there before you made the choice. I would imagine Silk Song probably the same thing, where if you just make sure that if you do die, you delete your save and then redown the cloud thing. You probably would have to like quit the game out a bunch of times to kind of update the cloud save to make sure you're not that far behind. But even before, I think even on PlayStation, because like on Xbox you're not allowed to transfer save data, but on PlayStation I think you can. And on PlayStation they always tell you to back up your data. Like, oh, you're going to be doing something really hard, make sure you back up your save data. So if you do fail, well, you got your backup save. So there are ways to kind of potentially get around those things to make it easier, but even still, like that's still quite an accomplishment. So no, I never had any issues with any of those, because those actually do sound like true achievements to go after. And the hour ones are also like beat a game in under 5 hours. Those can be fun, like speed running experience. To go through. Like I remember one I did was Little Nightmares, where you had to like beat the whole game in under an hour without dying. And it was
crazy.
It was one of those things where you play the game and you think about it and you're like, oh, this is doable, but when you're doing it, you're rushing because there's not a lot of room for error. So then you start kind of your heart starts to beat faster because you're getting towards the end, and your hands might get a little clammy because you're trying to make these tricky jumps, and jumps, and you don't want to die, and you're right on the line. It's like, come on, hurry, and then if you beat it and you're like, did I get it? There's like there's like a high almost that you get when doing that sort of stuff. That's very intoxicating. It also can be very anxiety inducing. Where if you don't get it right, it's like, oh, did I just waste my time?
Man, I've never really gone for those kind of no death things because it's just like that kind of thing. Like that would stress me out too much, man.
Yeah,
but,
I mean it can definitely
doing the
stress
hard
you out.
things.
Did you ever do? Did you ever play Dead Space 2 on like that mode that only gave you like 3 saves? So fun, but also so stressful. Because you had to like plan out your saves because this game's like 20 chapters long and there are a lot of insta-kill sections. So you have to plan out your saves where it's like, I'm going to save here at chapter 5 and I'm going to save here. But then it's like, oh, you got to get all the way to chapter 5 without dying. And, there was like, I made a save here, but then you remember in Dead Space 2, the eye needle machine?
Yes.
Where you're trying to do the needle and it's like, if you die, I remember doing it and I'm like, oh my God, if I screw this up, I'm going to have to replay like the last 2 chapters because I used my last save. And guess what? I screwed up. So I'm like, God, I got it.
No.
So it's like, okay, I got to, but it's like, okay, not that long. So I had to replay it. And do you remember like the end of the game where you're trying to get into the ship and you're like flying and like you could get killed? I thought like, oh, good. I beat the final boss. And we're trying to escape, and I'm like, oh, I got this in the bag. I was getting all excited, and then like a rock clipped me as I was like flying to the plane, and I died. And I'm like, no, because then I had to go all the way back and do the eye needle thing again and all the boss fight stuff again. I was like, son of a bitch. I was so mad, bro. But it was like that moment where it's like I was about to beat it, and I was like, yes. And then the immediate high, and then to the immediate low of like, son of a bitch. Good times. Good times, though. Now it just makes me think of Dead Space 2 and the remake we're never going to get. Unfortunately. Which sucks, because I love that game.
EA bad.
EA bad. Andy Hart says, I hope the controversy other Ghost of Yotei doesn't affect sales, but sadly I think it will live in sad, bad times.
Controversy?
Well, I believe, if I could be mistaken, but I believe one of the developers of Ghost of Yotei came out and was celebrating.
No.
And a lot of people didn't like that, so they're like they're boycotting the game. So,
I mean, if you're working for a big public company and you put that out publicly, like, man, that is some.
I also
lapse in judgment.
I think she got fired. Maybe I know I saw a couple. I think the person was over on Blue
she got
Sky.
fired. I'm just looking up now. She got fired. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey, look, it's your money.
What else could they do in that situation? Like, if people are gonna if that reflects on your whole, just before your game launches, like, serious lapse in judgment, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
It's your money. Do with it what you will. If that's you don't want to buy the game because of it, then that's your right. But also, it's it's one of those things where it's like, did that one person just ruin it for the works of hundreds? Thousand. I don't know how many people are working overall on Ghost of Tsushima. I'm sure the credits will have so many people in there. It's like, that question of, if you punish the one, are you also punishing everybody who potentially disagreed with her? And there's those kind of questions to be asked. But it's your money. You do with what you want.
Yeah.
Ryan says, Jez, can you let us know on the pod what you think the FOV on Borderlands 4, the low FOV with the bad performance is making me feel sick, and I play Apex. So he wants to know what you think about the FOV on Borderlands 4, because it makes him sick.
Let's have a quick look then. I was gonna start it, but I was like, well, I'm podcasting, I can't really pay attention to this. But what I'll do is I'll just skip through the cutscenes and we'll have a look at the FOV
Now
because
I did.
the performance has been quite a big
What's it on
source
Steam
of
right now?
contention with this
Let
game.
me see what it is on Steam. Because I think the reviews weren't that good because there was problems with the optimization, right?
Yeah. Well, not poorly optimized shit like that. Yeah.
And that's a Unreal Engine game.
Mm-hmm.
So is there something up with Unreal Engine and PC? Because it seems like that always happens. Yeah.
Sure does, buddy. Let's have a
So,
look.
jeez, Borderlands so big. Right now, it's 60% with 13,000 reviews. So 61.15% of the 13,000 reviews are positive.
Hmm.
And it just hit an all-time peak 1 minute ago. 245,269 players on Steam.
Oh.
So Borderlands pretty massive. And I think
How's
Borderlands...
Silksong doing?
Let's see. I think Borderlands 3 was, if you remember, Jez, that's when Epic was giving out those deals, those sweet, sweet deals to be Epic exclusive. And I want to think Borderlands 3 was Epic exclusive. Let's see. Silksong. Silksong. Let's see here. We got 272,000 right now, so more than Borderlands 4, but its 24-hour peak is 361,000 with an all-time peak of 587,000. And 78.22% of 167,000 reviews are positive, which I think, didn't the devs come out and say that Silksong hit 5 million players? Was it? Or was that Alinea Analytics? So I want to think it was Alinea Analytics that came out and said that. Or maybe the devs came out and said it hit 5 million and then Alinea tried their breakdown, which I think they said they sold 3 million on Steam, 1 million on Game Pass, or something like that, which then would only leave like 1 million on between PlayStation and Nintendo. Because I think Silksong launched on the Switch too, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't follow Switch news, buddy.
Yeah.
Unless Nintendo's trying to destroy gaming. That is. We'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've just booted up. I've booted up into Borderlands. I can kind of see the points about field of view. It's quite narrow, and I don't know if it's because I've just become used to games having a wider field of view. Performance is fine on Xbox Series X though. It was a bit spooky to me that the devs only offered PC review codes, which is always a red flag because it's like, you know, what happened with Cyberpunk, right? No, there were no PC review codes, only PC. There were no console review codes, only PC, because they wanted to hide the performance of the game on that version, right? But it seems to run alright on Xbox Series X at least. Not seeing anything. I will say though, the visuals are not very impressive. So it's like, man, I would hope it runs well because it looks exactly the same as all the other Borderlands games, at least off the top of my head. It's that sort of cell shaded style with simplistic kind of approach to environmental design. I don't know. It is kind of weird though, Rand, like how a lot of games feel like they look either worse or the same while also being less performative or performant rather. It's like, are we going backwards, bro?
Are
we
we
going back in time, or am I just imagining that we're going back in time? Because the game does not look like something that should have performance issues. I mean, okay, it's on performance mode right now, so let's put it into quality mode and see what happens, right? So we're now running quality mode. Oh boy. Yeah, quality mode is unplayable.
Ooh.
Straight up unplayable. You've got latency on the controls. Quality mode straight up unplayable, and it's choppy. Why does this happen, man? Why does this happen? Like, sometimes there'll be some games where like the quality mode's really good and smooth, like Kronos. Like I play Kronos in quality mode at 30 frames because it added all this sexy lighting and it was still smooth. It was 30 frames, but it was still smooth. But this ain't smooth, man. This is like choppy as hell, blurry. Just not good, man. Not good. Not good, bro.
Not good.
Unimpressed.
Not good. Yeah.
It should run better. Considering it looks like a cartoon, it should run better, I feel like.
It looks like a cartoon. Maybe it's because of
Looks
the
like a
open
Lego
world
game.
that it's loading. You know, where
I'm not
Kronos
in an
is.
open world right now, though. I'm in
well.
the prologue linear section.
I mean, I don't know. But I wanted to talk about some of the stuff we've been playing. Both me and you finished Kronos, and I think both me and you liked the game. I think you liked it more than I did. I do.
I love the game.
Yeah, you love the game. I like the game quite a bit. You know, I would recommend it to any survival horror fan out there who's looking for something new to play. I think it does scratch that itch. I do think like the setting is pretty good. The combat and everything is maybe not as good as like Dead Space or Resident Evil, but it's like you can definitely tell like Bloober Team is working their way up after Silent Hill 2, and then you got this, and it's like, all right, like they're on the ascend. So I'm kind of in on whatever else they do. You know, like the combat can be pretty intense in certain aspects, like when you have ambush rooms and stuff. So I do think me and Jez would both be like, if you like survivor horror, you owe yourself to play this one, because it can be pretty tense in between, like figuring out like, oh, I don't have inventory space, what I want to do, and I don't have enough ammo, and now I got enemies attacking me. So
do you agree with me on this, that it's not scary at all?
Well, I don't really think any horror games are scary, really.
You didn't think Silent Hill was scary?
Maybe when I first played it back in the day, it was. Not now. You know,
what about some parts of Resident Evil Village? I thought were quite scary.
No.
No,
I mean,
you just got balls of steel, huh?
No, it's not that boards. It's
just some kind of badass, bro.
A lot of
badass.
like my like scared, like being scared in the Kronos was more like, I got 5 bullets. How am I going to get past this next part? Not so much of like, oh my god, it's so scary, I'm losing my mind. Like, yeah,
well,
maybe.
I was playing Silent Hill Remake, and I thought that was quite scary and like, oh god, what's around the corner kind of thing. But I never really felt that from Kronos. There's like maybe 1 or 2 parts of the game that could be vaguely considered a jump scare, but it's like the softest jump scares.
Because as much as we both like Kronos, it is also still a copy of essentially the blueprint of these third-person survival horror games. Where if you played the Resident Evil remakes, you've played the Dead Space games, it follows that formula. So, like, you know an enemy is about to come from here. You know when you go into this large room to go after something that you need for the main story, you're going to get ambushed. And so when you play through it, you see, you know, the skeletal structure of all these other survival horror games if you played. And if you've played all of them like me and Jez have, it doesn't necessarily become scary. It's just you kind of see the magician's trick. Like, you know how the like tricks performed. Hill, so
yeah, sure, but I feel like Silent Hill with its music and its atmospherics, and I don't know, there's something about Silent Hill. Maybe it's nostalgia partially. Like, what's the opposite of nostalgia? Where it's like you're remembering fear that induces you. There's something about Silent Hill's music and stuff that makes me feel kind of on edge. But I never felt that with Bloober Team. The music was like almost pleasant. That's a New Dawn. It's like 80s sort of retro sci-fi kind of soundtrack. It doesn't really try to scare you very much. And also, like, the main character in Kronos is kind of a badass. She's like super strong. She just punches monsters out, a bit like Isaac Clarke, I suppose. Yeah. It's not like what they're going for in Resident Evil Requiem, where the main character's like, she's a desk worker. You know, she's in the FBI, but she's a desk worker. She's never been in the field before, and she's trying to investigate a murder, and all these, like, basically zombies and shit start coming, and she's like panicking and stuff. Whereas, like, the character in Kronos is basically like, she's a bit of a super soldier in a way. You know, you don't really get a sense of like, oh, she's she's in trouble here at all. So I really think like if you like the idea of a horror game that is like not gonna be claustrophobically scary, you know, like stiflingly, like oh god, I can't even function playing this game. I think Kronos might be a good one for you. It's like it's really on the border between just being a zombie kind of action shooter and actually being a bit creepy and psychological. I love the story delivery as well, but I think part of it is it's a very European story. So like there's a lot of European sort of history in there as well, which I enjoyed. But maybe people who are not that interested in that part of aspect of it wouldn't maybe they wouldn't enjoy it as much. But yeah, like you, it's nice to see Bloober ascend, man. And I think the next game they put out will be even better.
Well, some people would say Silent Hill 1 is better, but I was always of the opinion
Yeah, but
Silent Hill 2 is better. But
I think I kind of don't count that because they're working to someone else's blueprint.
sure.
So like this was like Kronos is 100% their original game. And I think like that's a true test of when a studio has ascended because you know Virtuous like very good studio, but they've only made other people's games as far as I know. Um, what would that be like if they made their own game? Maybe it'd be terrible. I don't know. But
Yeah.
Bloober's was Bloober's 100% Bloober's game, and it did a fantastic job, and I'm really happy for them.
And
Man.
I think
I'm really,
they've said
really
they've
happy for them.
sold like 200,000 copies or something. I think they announced recently,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. So we both played Kronos. We both recommend it. Survival horror. I also went, and once I finished that game, I think I finished it on Saturday. I immediately started Indiana Jones and the Order of the Giants, the DLC that came out. Because why not? Indiana Jones was my favorite game, one of my favorite games of last year. And I was like, you know what? Before I get into some of these other bigger, longer stuff, I'm gonna spend some time being Indiana Jones. And Jez, it felt
Rand,
really good to be back playing as Indiana Jones. Like I felt like I loaded the game back up and I got into the main mission. You know, there was like a new quest in the Vatican, and then you just kind of it's kind of like you're wrapped in a warm blanket. It's like, oh, I'm back. And even though it doesn't do anything new, it's not something that revolutionizes the game, which I've seen people like when they talk about this, like, oh, it's not a DLC that changes it. It's like, well, not all DLC needs to do that. This is basically one of the side quests, but like amped up on steroids, because it is about 3 to 4 hours long. You go into new areas. You do, you have puzzles to solve, which they're.
I think some of the best DLC of all time doesn't reinvent the wheel.
I know, but there's
like
this.
Lair of the
I don't know.
Shadow
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the Cyberpunk thing or the Elden Ring thing, where like DLC comes out for a game, and it's somehow supposed to change the game completely or something, right? Where it's like this is just more Indiana Jones. And if you like Indiana Jones, you'll like this. If you love Indiana Jones, you'll love this. Because it just felt great being back in the skin to the point where I was just like, oh man, I could really go for Indiana Jones 2 right now.
Well, hey, you might get it, man.
And so like, yeah, it doesn't introduce any new gameplay abilities. It's just you're just uncovering a new like secrets, like some other adventure that you go on. And while it mostly takes place in the Vatican and then outside Rome, the story it tells is fun. It's great to hear Troy Baker back as, Indiana. And it was just a really pleasant 4-hour experience where I was just like, let's get this through and punch out Nazis again.
Is it seamlessly integrated with the base game, or is it like separate?
No, it's so like when you load the game up, when you look at like, hey, your missions, they'll be like, oh, there's a Order of the Giants mission in the Vatican. So then you'll travel to the Vatican, and then there's like a priest, and he wants you to investigate this.
Wants you to do something.
And then right off of like one of the main areas within the Vatican is like a new house you can enter. And then like from there, it's like you go through the whole thing. There's a bunch of different new areas to go through and explore. So it's kind of connected seamlessly within the game to like
I like
the
that.
current
I haven't
horror.
finished the base game yet, so
Yeah, and
This will just enhance the base game for
yeah,
me.
so it just enhances it. There's a couple new books you find in there which aren't really useful to someone who's beaten the game, but could be useful to someone who's just playing through it. Because just playing through it, it would just come across as just another side mission to do. Because there are each like area has its own set of like side missions. So this is like kind of a really lengthy one. But yeah, it was great. I mean, there wasn't that much combat in this one, so I know people trying to like, oh, I can't wait to get it. It didn't really seem to be that much, which I wasn't really complaining about. Even though I enjoyed the combat, what I was really in for the thing about Indiana Jones was like the puzzle solving. And it's weird because reading the notes, it's weird because like Kronos has a lot of notes in the game where it kind of tries to also tell the story and give you more background information and lore. And then so does Indiana Jones, where you're picking up these notes. But there's a big difference between the two because each note Indiana Jones picks up, Troy Baker says something about the note itself to give it a little bit more context or to make it seem like it's actually more real. Because you pick up the note in Kronos and there's no reaction to anything from the main character. It's just something else you find. And, you know, yeah, if you read all the notes, you'll understand more about the story. But if you don't read all the notes, because there are people who pick it up and never look at it, you might be left scratching your head. And sometimes that works out.
Yeah, the story is pretty much entirely delivered by...
Right.
I mean, there are cutscenes, but it's like the vast... I mean, one of the things about this game was like how cheap it was to make. Like it didn't cost very much to make, but and you can really feel that because there's not very much voice acting.
Yeah, I was just pointing out the difference between like you have this in Indiana Jones where you pick up these notes in the world, but because Indiana always comments on the note, it makes it feel like part of the adventure. Like this is actually something he found, he'd read. You can always look at the notes because he puts them in their journals. Like it's part of the whole thing. Where in Kronos, it doesn't really feel like that because there's no reaction to the main character. The notes are all just put in some, list somewhere. Where I always got a kick out of whatever Indiana would say, even if it had nothing to do with the story. And for whatever reason, I was more inclined to read the notes in Indiana Jones than I ever was in Kronos. You could really pick. I don't know.
It's Harrison Ford.
Well, it is. Well, it's not Harrison Ford. It's Troy.
I know it's Troy, but it is Harrison Ford.
I think it's the way they just maybe they present it to the viewer, where like this is important because we're going to have the main character say something about the note, and then the notes are going to be put in the journal like Indiana would, so it feels more substantial and more worth your time to like read this stuff than it does in other games. You know, and considering like there's a lot of notes in Indiana Jones, I think there's just 60. There's like 60 just in this DLC, so there's a lot to like read and whatever. And then you'll come across the puzzles, and they aren't really difficult, but you know you might spend some time there. But yeah, 4 hours, and it's I sit here and I'm like, man, I want an Indiana Jones 2, and I say that because. I don't know about you, Jez, but have they been teasing the next Wolfenstein game? Have you seen this? About MachineGames. So this is what they said.
Talking about it, haven't they?
No Clip had a documentary series about the history of MachineGames, right? Studio behind Wolfenstein and Indiana Jones. And this is what they said. They said, quote, "The first game is very much about BJ and how obviously he understands that the Nazis have won the war, but it's also a very personal journey for him. But at the same time he meets Anya, he starts to see that there are other things at play as well, not only fighting Nazis. And then moving into New Colossus, then we move into a wider group of people around you, being part of the resistance, something bigger, and something also like a family to you. But at the same time, you're also preparing to start maybe your own family. I think this is important to say because we have always seen this as a trilogy. So that journey for BJ, even though during those first weeks at id, when we mapped out New Order, we still had the plan for at least that character. What will happen in the second one? What will happen in the third one? I think that's important to say because at least I hope that we're not done with Wolfenstein yet. We have a story to tell." So here I am talking about Indiana Jones because that was the most recent game they've put out. And I'm saying to you, playing this DLC makes me crave another Indiana Jones game because I like it so much. I like the world. I like Troy. Even so, like, but I've said before Indiana Jones came out that I love Wolfenstein. And if you had told me before they did the New Order that I would care about BJ Blazkowicz and how he became basically a nothing character in like the old Wolfensteins, and they actually created like a story for him and meaningful connections where like I cared about BJ. And knowing that we've seen 2 of the games and then a far from future Wolf Youngblood game, which doesn't count. And now they're talking about like this 3rd game, how they always had it planned out as a trilogy. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get to do it. And even if like imagine a hypothetical scenario where Matt Booty says to me, Rand, you're in charge of what MachineGames is doing next. We can either have him do Wolfenstein 3 or we could have him do Indiana Jones 2. Whatever you pick is what they do. I'd be torn, Jez. I really would.
I don't think most people would be torn.
No.
Let me put it that way.
And that for a long time I would have said Wolfenstein 3 because I want this trilogy finished and I want the story to be told. But after playing Indiana Jones, I'm like, I want another one of these too. Damn it, why can't there be 2 teams at MachineGames and they can make both those games at the same time?
But there kind of is.
Well, potentially.
The problem is one of them's working on a Rainbow Six Siege like.
Yeah, if that ever comes out, that could be a game that get canceled at some point, but whatever.
I don't think it will get canceled. But
so if you had your choice, you'd want Wolfenstein 3, yeah?
Wolfenstein,
yes.
Every single day of the week. I do like Indiana Jones, but there's no violence in it, really.
Dude, you beat people's faces off. What are you talking about? You grab them by their necks and you just punch them right in their face.
In it. There's no hyper violence in it. Okay, it's sort of more grounded.
Sure,
it's a grounded kind of violence. It's not a bad violence, but it's not. I've always preferred Wolfenstein to Doom as well. Sort of more thoughtful kind of.
I've always
violent shooter.
That's difficult because I've always preferred old Doom to old Wolfenstein. And then when you compare like new Doom to new Wolfenstein, like Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, to like Wolfenstein New Order, Wolfenstein New Colossus, it becomes a more interesting thing. I would say overall, I probably would say Wolfenstein's better, but I would say the best game out of all those is probably Doom Eternal. You know?
See, I think Doom 2016 is better than.
So I think Eternal's better than 2016, but I think both New Order and the New Colossus is better than Doom 2016. You know? And so I sort of wonder.
I want to replay that now.
So I sort of wonder what it comes down to. Does it come down to strictly to sales? And it's like, even if they have this idea of a trilogy and they make what they want, why haven't they finished Wolfenstein 3 yet? Even though, like, I remember Pete Hines talked about it back in like 2018, in which is we all thought, oh, they're gonna have a Wolfenstein game here for Xbox soon enough, but they never did, and it took a long time before they put out something. So when you think about the future and whatever games they greenlit, is it strictly based on how popular they think something might be? Like, is there a chance they go back to Wolfenstein? Like, did Indiana Jones sell way more than Wolfenstein ever did? Even though it might have cost more because of licensing costs, so they're going to continue to do that, plus this multiplayer game, whatever they're doing. I guess I just want to know is there a chance they ever get to finish the trilogy, or if is this something that we're always going to be doing a what if on? What if this, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can make an argument for letting something go out for so long because absence makes the heart grow fonder. So in 5 years, when they announce a Wolfenstein 3, people will be super excited because it's been so long since the last one and people really miss it, so then they really want to engage with it and buy the end of a trilogy. But it's almost like what I say about like Gears. When they initially announced Gears E-Day, and I said if that's successful, they'll never go back to Gears 6 because it just doesn't make any sense. With how long game development takes, where like games are 5-6 years now, and if you're going to make a lot of money with E-Day, and now you're a multi-platform publisher, and all these other platforms don't have Gears 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to understand the story, that you would have to then put those games on those platforms, which would take a whole bunch of time. It just makes more sense starting something brand new and then continuing off of there and have a new E-Day trilogy. And by that point, how many years would go by? And it's like, well, we never really did finish 6. And if you really feel like you have to, you could just do DLC for E-Day. And just be like, here's the end of 6 in E-Day or E-Day 2. Which almost kind of, the point I'm making with Wolfenstein is like, has enough time gone by where it's just, hey, there's too much time passed. And these other games we're making are just way more successful, so we just can't go back to Wolfenstein. You know what I mean? Which I think would be a shame if that happened. So
there's no way to know, is there?
I guess not. I guess not. But yeah, Indiana Jones DLC. Going to thinking about it, it's just an extra side mission on steroids because more cutscenes, more puzzles. It's just like being back in the game. Don't expect it to revolutionize anything, but it's a good 4-hour experience, worth playing if you already own, the whole package or whatever. And then, Jez, I started another new game, and I'm in love.
Oh.
Shinobi.
Ooh.
I think it's Shinobi Art of Vengeance from Sega. Now, you remember me talking about Ninja Gaiden Rage?
Out?
Yes, that came out August 29th. So the same week of Metal Gear and the same week of Helldivers 2 on Xbox and Gears Reloaded and all that stuff. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't play Silksong right away, because my plan was always Kronos, Indiana Jones, and I'll go back to Shinobi and I'll go to Metal Gear. And then Silksong was like, hey, we're out now too. And I'm like, no, you're in your... Guys, you remember how Jazz is always like, Rand's just a trending gamer. He always just plays the trendy games.
Here it comes.
And the most trendy game of all time came out recently. And which one of us has been the one playing it? Which one of us recorded the footage for this podcast? So when it comes down to it, who's really the trendy gamer? Me or Jazz? I think
it's fake news.
I think because of this, we know who the ultimate trendy gamer is. That's Jez. See, he's projecting. He's projecting his faults on me to get to have people to stop look at him. He's the one who was like, Silksong, Silksong, Silksong. I'm the one who's like, I already have a plan, and I'm sticking to it. And unfortunately, Silksong's not included right now. So, you're the trendy gamer, Jez. We all finally knew. The chickens have come home to roost.
The chickens have come home to roost.
Yeah. All that smack talking you did about me being a trendy gamer, and the most ultimate trendy game is released, and you're the one playing it, not me.
Well, I just like good games, man.
Yeah,
just like good games.
You like good trendy games, it seems like, for sure. Trendiest. I mean, who loaded up Borderlands 4 today? Oh, is that trending because it just released as well? Interesting.
Super I was just checking out the performance.
Super trendy. Before the show started, Jez is like, I don't have any interest in Borderlands 4. Then he installs it and checks it out. Yeah, super trendy. Trendy Jez.
I was just checking out the performance. And you know what? I played it for a little while during the show, and I'm just sitting there thinking, this is just not for me, man. Just not for me.
You remember when I talked about Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? I played that last month or whatever, and I enjoyed it. And I was like, oh, this is...
That's pretty trendy of you.
Not really. Not as trendy as you. You just want to be like everybody else, being like, Silksong, Silksong, Silksong. But I played Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which was like the 2D game Ninja Gaiden's having that reconnaissance this year with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, and then Ninja Gaiden 4 in October. I was like, yeah, this is really cool. It's really fun, bro. I didn't know because Shinobi takes it to the next level, bro. The next level. It is that good.
Oh damn!
Like the combat in this game, chef's kiss, sublime.
Oh really?
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. I mean, the way it's moving here, it might be top 5 of the year, bro. It might be top 5.
Really? That good?
It's that good.
Damn.
It's that good.
Damn.
It is your 2D side scroller. It's some people call it a Metroidvania. There are areas where you can go that are blocked by abilities, but each level is a stage. So you choose one stage, stage 1, stage 2, and as you progress, you'll be in different areas, and you do need things to get through certain stuff to find optional areas. So, but it's not set up like Silksong, where everything's just one huge map, right? With different branching areas. You go like, oh, I can't go forward anymore, so I have to go this way before I get this ability to come back here. So it's like you're playing this game and you can't go, but then you beat the stage, so you go to the next stage, and then you might finally have the ability to get through a part on the first level again, and then you just go there and get whatever was there. So it's kind of like a Metroidvania, but not really in that regard. I mean, even though the map looks like the one in Silksong. But the game that's 2D art style is so good. So it looks fantastic. But the thing I really like about the game is the combat. Like, it shines so much. You have a sword.
It's better than Ragebound then?
Oh yeah, I think so. At least from what I played so far. I haven't finished it yet. But if I were to say, like, recommend one over the other, like, I would recommend Shinobi. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was fun, and it was really good, but this is on another level, and for me at least. And even when you get into these like combat encounters, man, like, they're really good. You have like all these special abilities you can use, like, you're hitting an enemy, you build up your powers, and then like you got these executions when you fill up their rage, like, I forget what the term they use, but it's kind of like a stance meter a little bit, like where you have the enemy's health bar, but then you have a bar underneath it, and if that one fills up, like an icon appears over the enemy's head, and you can press left bumper, press right bumper, and you'll execute them, and you get more money and more health and stuff. You earn the money so you can buy more items at the shop, which fleshes out your combat abilities, and it does an interesting thing that a lot of games do, because like each level has things defined, like 5 Ouroboros tokens. They have like these elite enemies where like every one of these things is defined. You'll eventually, like, oh, if you find all these, you'll get a special reward. And so if you find these Ouroboros tokens, you actually use them in the shop to unlock more moves. So the first one, you have 1, you'll be able to unlock 2 extra moves, and the next one's 2. So there's actually a reason to collect the collectibles, because they all give you something at the end of the day. Like, you find all these coins, well, you can buy more things at the shop. If you beat all these elite enemies, you'll get like a passive ability that you can equip and stuff. So there's actually reasons to actually want to go out and potentially find all the things on the map, which is cool. I guess maybe the only sort of complaint I have is the actual platforming abilities. Like, it's not that super intuitive. Like when you run up a wall and like wall bounce and stuff, it has its own way of doing things, which kind of screws up with the muscle memory I have of like playing Ori or playing any of those games like this. So it's its own sort of thing. But where the game shines fully is in the combat. Like, I don't know if you have the game available. I don't know if you tried the demo of the game, but I think it's awesome. And I can't wait to continue on. I don't know how much more I got left, but I think I almost have all the like abilities where then I can go revisit some of the stages to collect some of the things I missed out, which I think I'm gonna do. But dude, Shinobi is top tier stuff here, bro.
I'm definitely interested in it.
Top tier.
But
Top tier.
there's just so much stuff to play. There's just so much stuff.
I know,
man.
I know. Yes, there is. There's so
How
much
can I get
stuff.
all this? How can I fit all this shit in? It's hard, man. It's hard, bro.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about next? Oh, I got it. Let's talk about Pete Hines, shall we? Since we were talking about Bethesda, we were talking about Wolfenstein. Pete Hines in the news again. Game Pass is in the news again, because when is it not? Because Pete Hines did this big, huge interview. I forget with what outlet, and he talked about subscriptions, and he talked about Game Pass. Well, he didn't mention Game Pass, but you knew exactly what he was talking about. And anytime somebody talks with any sort of criticism regarding Game Pass, you know who pops up underneath their shell and says something? The one and only Sean Layden.
Yeah.
He hears, oh, what's that in the distance? Someone talking bad about Game Pass? Hold on, let me hop in my car and go over. Always, no matter what. Sean Layden hears it somewhere. He's like, oh, yeah, all right. I got to say something, right? So,
yeah.
Last week, Bethesda's Softworks former senior vice president of global marketing and communications, Pete Hines, said gaming subscription services like Game Pass are worth jack shit. The game developers who create content for them are not properly supported. Quote, subscriptions have become the new four-letter word, right? You can't buy a product anymore. When you talk about a subscription that relies on content, if you don't figure out how to balance the needs of the service and the people running the service with the people who are providing the content, without which your subscription is worth jack shit, then you have a real problem. And then over on LinkedIn, former PlayStation executive Sean Layden expressed his support for Hines' comment, saying, hits the nail right on the head. Then he went and say, the question is not, is the service profitable for the platform? He added, is it healthy and helpful for developers is what we need to ask.
Why is no one asking about what's healthy for consumers?
Because nobody cares about consumers, bro.
Oh, damn.
Which then prompted Shannon Loftus to come out of hiding. Shannon Loftus was someone who worked at Xbox. She was running World's Edge. She came out and said that, as a longtime first-party developer, I can attest that Pete is correct. While Game Pass can claim a few victories with games that otherwise would have sunk beneath the waves, like Human Fall Flat, the majority of game adoption on Game Pass comes at the expense of retail revenue, unless the game is engineered from the ground up for post-release monetization. I could, and may someday, write pages on the weird intertension this creates. So, constantly
I will say this. Yeah. I've heard a lot of back and forth about Game Pass internally from not just like, you know, people who are public about it, but also on the other side, right? The developers they're talking about. And it's why I put together that article speaking to, like, you know, people who know the Game Pass business and how it works. I put together an article about like all the stuff surrounding about how Microsoft essentially, like, do they or don't they compensate developers for the lost sales? Because obviously there is retail cannibalization. If I don't have to buy a game, if I can play it for free, a lot of the time I will do it. Although, you know, just as a quick aside, I thought it was quite funny how many people were like saying they were going to buy Silksong even though it was in Game Pass because it was so cheap, right? Which, you know, kind of, it sort of calls to another issue. Is like, are these games getting just too expensive? Have they priced some people out of the situation? But then you kind of have to ask yourself, like, when you're talking about developers and like what's good for developers and all this kind of stuff, I kind of feel like if you've made a game that's $70 and people don't think it's worth $70, I don't think you can't just blame Game Pass for all of this shit, right? If you've got a game that's $20 like Silksong, offering such a phenomenal experience that is very lengthy and meaty and will last you like dozens of hours, you know, as you're playing through it and stuff, I really think like there's a disconnect there between what's good for developers, good or bad for developers, and what is also just the hard realities of this shit's too expensive, or it's not worth it. Like I've been playing Borderlands a little bit now, and I'm kind of sitting there like, probably wouldn't pay $70 for this. It's not my kind of game. Which doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily indictment of Borderlands, but like if you look at something like Dragon Age Inquisition, not Inquisition, Veilguard, for example. I think Veilguard is an example of a game that was $70 and didn't know who its audience was. And I think there are a lot of examples of AAA games just completely fucking it up, just flubbing it, and then looking to something like Game Pass for something to blame. Right? We know I know from people that I spoke to that Microsoft does have this sort of equation they do to fund first party developers when Game Pass sales have cannibalized retail. They do some kind of estimation and then charge Game Pass back for those lost sales. Is it the right amount of money? I don't know, but I don't think anyone really knows, and I certainly don't think Sean Layden knows. You know, um, I don't know why he's that way inclined about it, because he's got no skin in the game anymore. So it feels like this kind of weird, like, ex-girlfriend kind of thing, or ex-boyfriend, where it's like, why are you so upset about this? It's really strange. Um, I think it's because people want to blame Game Pass for layoffs and shit like that, but like you ask yourself, like, would these games have survived? Would these studios have survived? Or is there a different issue with play? I don't think you can just blame Game Pass for everything going wrong with the industry. And like Shannon Lofty said, there are plenty of success stories where Game Pass has acted like a content fund in order to help developers fund their projects and fund their dreams and find their audiences. And maybe the sequel doesn't come to Game Pass or whatever. I mean, I'm sure like um, you know, Team Cherry, for example, they took the Game Pass bag, knowing full well they probably didn't need it. But Microsoft hopefully offered them a very lucrative deal on it, and they're going to get fat engagement bonuses. Because obviously the engagement bonus is a thing too for third parties. But this was like a lot of this was specifically about first party developers and whether it negatively impacts first party developers. And I think if you are a traditional game dev, or you're a traditional, if you're someone like Pete Hines or Shannon Loftis who like they worked in the industry how it used to be before the Robloxes, before the TikToks, and before the engagement had gone away, I can see why like Game Pass might be an easy thing to blame. But like as a consumer who doesn't want to pay $70 for all this shit, especially when a lot of the games, in my opinion, don't even come close to earning it, then, should I be priced out? Or should anyone be priced out? Or should there be a cheaper alternative,
Well, I mean, there is the consumer side to look at, right? Where, yeah, but the thing is about that, Jazz, is I don't think that gets clicks. Because I think most people, even if you ask Pete Hines or you ask
Sean Layden and Pete Hines don't care about clicks though.
No, I know, but
what's their motivation?
No, they don't care about clicks, but they're not asking them about. They're asking about like from a developer's perspective, and they're giving their own thing. Now, it also is interesting enough that it seems like any person, Xbox person around who used to be at Xbox during Game Pass days, when they talk about it, is fairly negative when it comes to Game Pass, about what it does or what it has done or whatever. It just seems like it really kind of looks like the way Pete Hines has talked about his time at Xbox and stuff. Like he really didn't like it there. I think
he clearly hated it.
He clearly did not like, and who knows for whatever reason, but he clearly looked like he did not enjoy his time at Xbox. So, and Xbox is kind of married to this idea of Game Pass, and that kind of seems to be, it's like, oh, Game Pass is the Xbox thing. So when you have people talking about the subscription angle and stuff, and you talk about like, oh, well, if you got a subscription, you got to treat the developers like, yeah, the consumer's not in his mind, but like when for you it is, and for plenty of people listening to the show, they're not maybe concerned about, the developers or if they're getting paid fairly or what have you, because their thought processes are about themselves, where then Pete Hines and Shannon Loftus's and they're not thinking of the consumers, they're thinking about the developers. So it creates this kind of tension of being like, well, I'm actually getting a pretty good service for the amount of money that I have to pay for it. It's the best deal out there, even though they've raised the prices, even though like the AAA games that used to come to Game Pass don't really come anymore. It's still an incredible deal, especially if you play a lot of games. Now, whether or not it continues to be a great deal,
it's got
5 years from now.
Silksong and Kronos right now,
right? I mean,
in terms of
Kronos isn't in it though.
Oh, Kronos is Xbox Playware, but it had Expedition. It's had a good selection of high quality.
No, yeah, this year, I mean, you can make the argument this year has been its best year. But that also coincides with Xbox actually releasing 13 games this year. When most years they don't. But it's like, yeah, because everything they put in there is, goes into the service. But I think people love. I still think, and this isn't necessarily Pete Hines or Sean Layden because they don't care about clicks. They're just getting asked this. And I think the reason why this gets made up into news is because this still falls under the category of console war. And I still think that very much still fans the flames of people clicking.
Sean Layden definitely seems to be in that universe of like coming at Xbox for some reason. Do you think he somehow blames Xbox for him being ousted?
I doubt it. I don't think so.
It's just strange the way he comes at it.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously has a position that he feels very strong in, but I also find it hilarious that anytime somebody says anything slightly negative about Game Pass or something that can be construed as a negative, he's out from his hidey hole instantly trying to be like, yep, told you so. But there are other times, there are other developers who have talked very positively about Game Pass. But you never see Sean Layden at that point in time, right? When there's developers that talked about how it really helped them save their studio or push their game. Like, people are quiet. Because I still think Game Pass, at least in the eyes of maybe the outlets looking to farm clicks or even other, it's very still much a PlayStation versus Xbox thing. Even though Xbox games are on PlayStation, there's still like that whole us versus them aspect where Xbox has Game Pass and PlayStation doesn't. So it is still something that is a differentiator. And it is something that is and can be and often is clickbaited.
Used as a wedge.
It's clickbaited a lot of the times. Christopher Dring gets it a lot, right? He used one of the quotes from MachineGames Dev as like anchor to his article where it was like, Game Pass users play the game for 5 minutes, and that calls to people that don't like Game Pass to be like, more fuel for the fire. Right, and then the Xbox guys immediately get their, get their arguments in order and be like, no, and then you read the thing and it's just basically like a MachineGames dev being like, yeah, we know Game Pass users, some don't play that long, and it's like, yeah, exactly, we know that, like, like subscriptions there, and you can try for yourself, and if you don't like it, you can immediately stop playing. It's easier to do than if you spent $70 on something and you didn't like it. You're gonna be like, well, I should finish it because at least I got my money's worth. But that is something that is still considerably used as console war clicks. Because I still think it generates that stuff. And we don't. And hearing Pete Hines talk about his time at Xbox and stuff, we really don't hear about. So that's still newsworthy. And to hear him talk about Game Pass, and it's like he's clearly not a fan of it, and then Sean Layden's clearly not a fan of it either.
Part of me
It's
wonders
just,
this.
all
Part of
right,
me wonders. Part of me wonders, like, did Microsoft previously not have this weighted
maybe they didn't.
kind of thing back when Pete Hines was there, and maybe Microsoft was like, you know what? Actually, we need some way to recompense the first party studios and their budgets, out of Game Pass and the cannibalization, because they used to say for a while when Game Pass was new that it didn't cannibalize sales, and I think that was back when nobody really knew about it or nobody really expected some of the games to be in there. But now, like, over time, when people got used to Game Pass and what it offered, I mean, quite clearly, it did start impacting retail sales. And the big question mark over like whether Game Pass is viable or not revolves ultimately around Call of Duty, because Call of Duty's in there, and Call of Duty's business model is, very sort of mature and has to be in a certain way in order to sustain itself, because it's a very, very expensive game to make. It makes a lot of money, but there's like however many studios working on it with however many devs. That's very, very expensive. So if you start disrupting that business model, you could like cause Call of Duty to implode. It's supposed to launch every single year. That's the Call of Duty business model. And if Game Pass disrupted that, then that was an issue. And I think that's what ultimately prompted Microsoft to remove Call of Duty from Game Pass Standard and put it at the price of Game Pass Ultimate, and then there's other things like, tariffs and all the other kind of things, which, impact supply chain, which causes inflation, which makes games like Call of Duty more expensive to make. So that's also a factor to some degree, at least. So I think if you are a Microsoft in that universe trying to balance all this shit, you kind of have to increasingly have to think about like how does this impact our internal teams and how they're funded and how they're structured and things like that. Which is probably why we don't see some big third-party AAA games hitting the service now, because a lot of that money is probably going back into first-party investment, right? I would imagine, to speculate. I don't know for sure, but it's probably them thinking like it's cheaper for us maybe to prioritize indies for this money and then put the rest of the money, invest the rest of the money back into studios. But I think ultimately, Rand, the truth is that no matter what, if you've got a shitty game, it's not going to do well, whether it's in Game Pass, whether it's retail, whether you price it cheaply or whatever. I don't think Dragon Age, the Veilguard would have done well even if it was $30, because it wasn't the game people wanted. Just as an example, I don't think half of these games would have done well, regardless of the business models attached to them. At the end of the day, if you've got a good product, it will cut through. It will cut through and find its audience, whether it's in Game Pass or not. I think discoverability is not an issue. I think the way things go viral these days, there's no good games flying under the radar. There's not secretly a game as good as Silksong that nobody's discovered because it doesn't have a marketing budget. There's so many YouTubers like highlighting indie games and shit these days. I don't think you can just point to Game Pass for this shit. It feels like passing the buck almost. It's an easy thing to blame, like, oh, it's corporate Microsoft and it's all this kind of stuff.
Sure.
I think some games are just shitty,
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
shouldn't have existed. Shouldn't have existed in the first place.
100%. I don't know. I think it's something easy to blame, because I do think there was. Do you remember the time before? I want to say before the Bethesda acquisition, where people were worried that Game Pass would become like the de facto subscription or the de facto way people engage with games. I remember that time where they were like, "This is not how it should be." And then, like, when they bought Bethesda and ABK, there was this strong sense, and people were using it of like, oh, you're only going to be able to play games through a subscription. Microsoft's going to dominate. And it didn't come like that. And in fact, like, ever since then, more games like the big AAA games that used to come to Game Pass after 6 months or a year, they don't come anymore. And the fear that a lot of people had about Microsoft's version of subscriptions taking over never materialized. And I wonder if some of that's the Chicken Little that they were always screaming about how the sky was falling did never materialize. Yeah, like they were Chicken Little screaming that the sky was falling and that if nothing.
Fuck is that?
You don't know what Chicken Little is?
Hell no.
Bro. Look it up, bro. Seriously.
It's Chicken Little.
It's basically it's the same thing as, the kid who's cried wolf one too many times, right?
Right.
So Chicken Little screams the sky is falling, that, oh my God, subscriptions are going to take over and you're not going to be able to sell your game physically anymore. And it'll only be in subscriptions and Microsoft's going to run. And it never happened. It never came to fruition. Game Pass isn't the dominant subscription in gaming. Maybe it's up there with PlayStation Plus. I don't know which one has more. But there was also fears that PlayStation would have to copy Xbox. And even though PlayStation does follow a lot of things Xbox does just years later, it is very apparent to me that they never will with PlayStation Plus. That is like the one thing they really seem to kind of plant their flag on, where they're like, we are not doing day and date for our games in the subscription service. Like, they barely ever do day and date, period. They might do a couple games here and there, but it's like, that's it. Like, we are not doing this. So I wonder if part of it is them not wanting to admit that they were wrong the whole time, even though they've been on this vendetta for a long time. They're never going to give it up because, like, they want to make sure that the nightmare scenario that they thought was going to happen will never happen. So even though that they were wrong, they'll never admit they were wrong, and they'll just keep on being like, subscriptions are bad, this is bad, it's bad for developers, blah, 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 even though you can point to scenarios where it actually has been good, and it actually has helped out. And, it's not, because I see even comparisons to Spotify and stuff, and I'm like, when people make those comparisons, it's stupid, because there's like, 400 games in Game Pass at most? There's 7,000, 8,000 games on Xbox? There's if Game Pass was like Spotify, literally every game would be on Game Pass, and you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you probably would still be able to buy the games physically or digitally, but the gaming subscriptions will never be like Spotify. Spotify literally has like every song in existence ever made, and nobody really buys music anymore because of it. Because why? You can just put it in your playlist, pay the $10, and just play it whenever you want. It's about as good as owning it. But gaming will never go that way. And I still think people who thought it might, or like try to pretend that it could, are still going to fight that fight because they don't want to admit that they had it pegged wrong in some manner. But so anytime, it'd be funny if like Pete, if in this interview he said something positive about Game Pass. I like if there was the negative thing and a positive thing, if Sean Layden would have came out and like, hey, good for you, Pete, this is what I've been saying or whatever. But it's just there's three things that you can account for in this life: death, taxes, and Sean Layden popping up when someone says something negative about Game Pass. Seriously, it happens repeatedly. It almost makes me wonder if like someone who came up with Game Pass like killed his kid or his wife or something. Is that this like, I'm gonna make sure that I'll keep on spreading the news that Game Pass is this bad. But
Game Pass bad.
Yeah, Game Pass bad. Game Pass bad. I don't know what else. Oh, I thought this was interesting, Jez. I don't know if you will or anybody else, but Matt Piscatilla posted the top 20 all-time best-selling games on PlayStation. Did you see this list when he posted it?
No, I didn't. So you're gonna have to describe
So
it.
this list is from 1995 to right now, and he lists the games that have ranked by dollars and the game ranked by units. So what would you think is the best-selling game on PlayStation in terms of dollars and in terms of units ever? It's probably also the best-selling game on Xbox too, when you think about it that way.
I'm gonna say Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yep, 100%. Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yeah.
Yep. This is the number one game in dollars and units.
Huh.
What do you think is number 2? We have a split here. So Minecraft is number 2 in units, but not number 2 in dollars. See, Minecraft is number 7 in dollars because remember Minecraft's what,
25
$20 or $30 or whatever. So
yeah, it was $25. I think it's just $20 now. And now it's on Game Pass as well.
What do you think is the second best-selling game ever, going all the way back to 1995 in dollars?
Call of Duty 4.
Call of Duty
Modern
4.
Warfare?
Is Call of Duty 4 even on this list? You mean Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
Yeah.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare is not even on the list.
Damn. I don't know then.
It's Call of Duty
It's
Modern
gotta be a
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019.
Oh,
the remake.
That's it though, isn't it?
The remake. Well, you said Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, so that was the original. This is
Okay.
2019 version. Number 3 in dollars.
In my head, that they all counted as one thing. But
number 3 in both dollars and units is Red Dead Redemption 2. So Rockstar with number 1 and number 3. And then it sort of kind of deviates here, but like the idea, so like, you know how many Call of Duty games are on this list? So that the top $20. Modern Warfare is number 2.
No idea.
Modern Warfare 2019 is number 2. Modern Warfare 2 2022 is number 4. Right? Number 5 is Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So the game that came out last year is the 5th best-selling game in terms of dollars on PlayStation ever.
What?
Yep, number 5. Call of
That's
Duty.
all PlayStation.
All-time U.S. top 20 best-selling PlayStation games from January 1995 to July 2025.
That's crazy, man.
So it is the 5th.
Is Roblox on the list?
Well, Roblox is free.
Oh yeah, of course.
Right? Number 6 is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was a launch game. Number 7 is Minecraft. Now, keep in mind, this is dollars, right?
Was Cold War the one with Kevin Spacey?
No, that was Advanced Warfare.
Right.
That's not on the list. 8's Black Ops 3. 9's GTA San Andreas. 10 is Grand Theft or Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. And then finally, we get to our first exclusive. Number 11. What do you think it is? What do you think? It's Sony's best-selling in terms of units and dollars in term exclusive. So it's the most units and the most dollars. Bugsnax?
I'm gonna say it's got to be Last of Us, surely.
You think so? Really?
For exclusives? Yeah.
No. It is Spider-Man. Marvel's Spider-Man.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is the 6th best-selling by units and the 11th by revenue.
Is Spider-Man really that popular, man? That's crazy.
Yes, Spider-Man is the most popular superhero in the world. So
more than Batman? Fuck off.
Absolutely more than Batman.
Nah, no way.
Number
Batman?
Number 12 is
really
Black Ops 2. Number 13 is Black Ops. Number 14 is Call of Duty World War II. Number 15 is Black Ops 4. Number 16 is Modern Warfare 3, 2003 or 2023. Number 17 is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. So you can see how many Call of Duty games are on this list, huh?
It kind of reminds me of Sony saying that if they lost Call of Duty, they wouldn't have a business.
Number 18 is Marvel Spider-Man 2. So, yeah. Number 19 is Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales in terms of dollars. And then 20 is Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So you can see, like, dollars, it's a lot. And the fact that Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is number 5 when it's only, at least in terms of this chart, had only been out for, like, this chart ends in July, so that's basically what 8-9 months. It was number 5, so basically it made.
Why did it sell so well? What was special about that Call of Duty, man?
I don't know. But
like, to me, like, I played it a little bit, but it was just like, this is just another Call of Duty. Only
but
this
it's funny
time
because
there's
that
even more
Black Ops
skins than ever.
6, when it comes to units, is number 11. But that's considering how expensive it was. It bumped all the way up to 5. Now, when you look at the units chart, I mean, it's pretty much the same for the most part, the Call of Duty games. Although the exclusives do make more of an appearance, like Spider-Man is number 6 when it comes to units sold. And then you get further down, Miles Morales is number 12. Last of Us is number 13. God of War 2018 is number 14. You get an appearance by a Bethesda game at 15, Jez. Which one do you think?
Skyrim,
number 15. 17 is Rainbow Six Siege. And yeah, that's it. So the only exclusives on here are the Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Last of Us, God of War. The rest is Rockstar Games, Minecraft, and Call of Duty, essentially. What do you think about that? I would imagine the Xbox chart's probably as similar to it, right? You would imagine?
Yeah, I would imagine. Are they going to publish the Xbox chart?
I don't know.
Or do they not have that data?
I'm sure they have the data. I mean, they have this data going back from 1995. They posted this because it was Happy Birthday to PlayStation, first released on September 9th, 1995. So, what is that?
It was like a thing.
Yeah.
But Xbox has an anniversary this year as well, right?
Next year.
Oh, is it next year?
So maybe we get a list next year. But
that's cool.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I mean, looking at that list is not anything that is too surprising. Because I do see people.
I don't think so.
I do see people being like, man, exclusives really don't matter. And it's like, well, I mean, Spider-Man clearly sold well. And so did Last of Us and God of War. But overall, like, yeah, like the big third-party games rule the roost and make the most money and sell the most copies. And, that's just the way of the stuff, right? Like, the people on PlayStation are there because of Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty and the Rockstar games and stuff. And, that's just kind of how it is. Like, if I would imagine an Xbox chart, Jez, I wonder if any of Xbox's, like, if we were to imagine a chart from when 2001 to 2026, what exclusives would you even think would be possible to show up there? Would you say Halo? I would definitely say probably Halo 2, right? Or Halo 3 would probably definitely be in the top 20 units, right?
I was going to say Halo 2 and 3, maybe. Halo 3 especially, but then again, you just don't know, because the industry matured so much after that. And like hype culture and, buying shit because you get a skin, none of that shit really existed back then. So maybe no.
Well, no, I mean, but the skin stuff is whatever. This is talking about dollars just from the sale. They're not
no, but
that's
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like pre-order bonuses didn't really exist back then.
Sure.
Like a lot of people might buy like a game now, like Call of Duty, because of FOMO pre-order bonus, and then not even play the game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a different culture around buying shit, and also people, the audience, the addressable audience has grown up and got more disposable income than they did back when Halo 2 and Halo 3 were a thing. Because there was no like, back when Halo 2 and 3 were a thing, there were 40-year-old gamers, but they were few and far between compared to what they are now. I think it's the median age now is 40 for a gamer, at least a core gamer. So I think the industry is different. I mean, it's probably going to look very similar. It's probably going to look like Call of Duty for days, a bit of Minecraft, and then at the most, maybe like a Forza Horizon, or Forza Horizon 3 or 4 or 5, probably 5.
In what terms?
And then,
of units or dollars?
Both.
You think so?
Well, I suppose no, because then you've got the Game Pass factor. So that completely changes
I would
the
say
dollars.
no for dollars, because everything is going to be dominated by Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty.
Yeah, and you've also got
So
the Game Pass factor on Xbox. So like a game that might have sold really well wouldn't, because maybe half a third or something, or even
well,
a
let me ask
quarter
you
of the
this.
people played it on Game Pass.
So I think we both would agree like Halo 2 or Halo 3 or both would have to be on the units list considering how much they
Yeah.
probably sold then. Do you think you see a Gears game on there?
No,
You don't think so?
I don't think so. But I
Hmm.
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because even we list here, like, God of War 2018 outsold Black Ops, which is it's a pretty big flex, and Black Ops 2, and World War 2, and Black Ops 4. So I guess you have to make the thing like, well, did Gears of War outsell those games on Xbox? But crazy how number 1 and number 3 is Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, seriously.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is probably the same on Xbox,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably the same as well, with Minecraft in there and Modern Warfare 2019.
Well, here's something interesting I heard recently. Is this public? I can't remember if this was public, but I heard that like, oh no, it was public, wasn't it? It was Sakana, not Sakana, Alinea put it out that Madden outsold on
Mm-hmm.
Xbox than it does on PlayStation. Despite PlayStation install base. And like, I actually like, since we had that discussion, I went and researched that and asked people, asked people in the know, and they said, yeah, that's basically true. And they also told me like, you'd be surprised what games do over-index on Xbox compared to PlayStation. And there's a real difference in user behavior and habits that like is unreported because of, Microsoft not reporting hard figures sometimes, or preventing publishers from publishing hard figures and stuff like that. So like, part of me wonders like, if it's true about the Madden stuff, assuming it is true, because I don't have the document in front of me. I've just got like, we both just got like what Alinea said, and then like what sources have told me and things like that. Could some of the sports games have done really well on Xbox compared to PlayStation? I think that's a distinct possibility.
Maybe. Potentially, I guess. But the thing is, we'll never really find out, will we, huh?
Yeah, I guess not.
We got some super chats here. We have, we got, Dr. Adam, member for 9 months, that says, so are you guys going to talk about the Nintendo Pokemon patenting summon mechanics and how it will change and ruin the game industry? Well, that was definitely in my list. And, since you just asked the question, Jez, because Jez feels a certain way about this. What's going on with the Nintendo patent?
Oh boy.
What's going on with this?
Oh boy.
Because
Well, I'll tell you what's going on.
just
It's
assume
personal
I
now,
don't know
bro.
anything about it. So explain it to me as I'm a little child.
So, Nintendo is a big, evil, nasty corporation, basically as evil as you can possibly get,
Okay.
and they have somehow
Are you being
convinced.
facetious?
No, actually, I'm not.
Okay.
They are literally the most evil, dastardly, dystopian corporation. Nah, they're not the most evil. I mean, EA exists, right? But
Some people would say Microsoft exists.
yeah. But there's weapons manufacturers exist, so they're not the most evil, but they're definitely up there, at least in terms of the gaming industry. And because they're so freaked out and upset about Palworld, but not just Palworld, there's a lot of publishers and companies making games that look very Pokemon-like lately. There's one called Animo, which I played at Gamescom. That's it's better than Pokemon. The one they're probably very worried about is Hoyoverse is making a free-to-play Pokemon-like set in the Honkai Star Rail universe. So that is going to be extremely popular. So Nintendo's kind of like sitting there thinking like, oh God, Game Freak is like an absolutely awful developer. They're like not even C tier, they're like a D or E tier in terms of quality. They literally can't make games. And they're kind of worried that their Pokemon empire is going to implode because there are a lot of devs out there like MiHoYo who are far, far better than Game Freak at making games, basically going to take Pokemon and make a better version. We've already seen better versions of Pokemon kind of emerge in a way, like Palworld, for example, better version of Pokemon. Animo looks like it's going to be a better version of Pokemon. There's also that Korean devs making another sort of Pokemon like, and also as well, in addition to all that, there's a lot of like just solo indie devs making ROM hacks of Pokemon recently, which again are better than Pokemon. So in a universe where Nintendo can't compete on fairly because they're so terrible and awful and can't make games, they decided to legislate, and somehow they convinced the US Patent Office to grant them a patent on the mechanic that you can summon a character and then the character automatically attacks enemies. Right? Somehow they've been granted that patent. The problem is with that patent is that there are literally thousands of games, at least hundreds of games going back to the 80s that have that mechanic. The whole concept of summoning an enemy and then it automatically attacking is so broad, so painfully broad and horrifying that they were granted this patent. It could impact so much stuff in a really negative way. So, just as a basic example, Diablo necromancers summon skeletons and attack. You know, they attack automatically. So you're going to be in a situation where like Microsoft can't um, have a necromancer in Diablo anymore. Also, there's things like World of Warcraft demonology spec.
Or
I'm a
like
Warcraft
Final
demonology spec
Fantasy
warlock.
summons, right? Like
Yeah,
the
Final Fantasy summons exactly. They summon and then they attack automatically. So this pattern is like the language in it is aggressively broad, and it sort of revolves around um one of the new games. I can't remember what it's called, but like they're Power World-ish game because they're like, oh shit, we need to make a game like Power World. So now like Pokemon's got real-time combat now, real-time combat to some degree. So they've patented that because you summon the Pokemon and then they attack automatically in real time instead of the turn-based stuff. Jeremy Goetz in chat says Affliction is greater than Demonology. That's completely untrue and slander, but you know, we'll let it slide for now. But even Affliction Warlocks, they summon enemies that attack automatically. You got to summon your Fell Hunter, right? And then it attacks automatically. So no more Fell Hunter, no more Beholder, no more Observer. You won't have a 2-minute cooldown anymore, bro. So it's gonna fuck everything up. It's D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. There's so many bloody games that have this mechanic. So I've spoken to a few people about this. I've spoken to Diablo developers about this because obviously this impacts Diablo a lot because a lot of it's not just necromancers that summon. Like a lot of characters can summon mobs. There are passive abilities that summon mobs and they automatically attack, right? And the kind of the kind of feeling within Blizzard at least is that this is a non-issue and that Nintendo this would never be enforceable by Nintendo. They'll try and if they ever tried to enforce it against Microsoft, it would cause such a litigation shitstorm that it would like negatively impact Nintendo. I think the idea is that they could potentially use it as a wedge to target indie devs, maybe that make games that are like sort of a little bit too close to Pokemon, maybe. Like Power World, which would seem Power World seems to really rattle them, in a big way. Because Power World was like the first kind of Pokemon-ish game that really, really blew up. You remember when it came out,
yes,
it had
it was
like
huge. It was massive.
it was huge. It was absolutely huge on Steam. It came out at a really good time on Steam. It was also like quite unique in the way it approached the Pokemon-ish kind of gameplay, but it's not. It was not Pokemon ultimately. It was basically Conan Exiles, but with cartoon characters instead of slaves. I don't know if you've ever played Conan Exiles, but Conan Exiles is a survival game where like you can beat up NPCs and enslave them and force them to work in your base. And that's what Power World is. It's Conan Exiles with Pokemon instead of like exiles. Um so like the whole thing of it being like Pokemon is very much at face value. But people kept calling it Pokemon with guns, and Nintendo is so like anal about this whole idea of like their IP being infringed on, even though if you wanna go down that route, you know, you could talk about Dragon Quest and other games that Pokemon has suspiciously taken inspiration from. I mean, Palworld's clearly inspired by Pokemon, but to call it a ripoff is a bit of a stretch, I think. But you know, it's all right when Nintendo does it. But yeah, so I think a lot of a lot of people in the industry I've spoken to seem to think this is like a nothing burger, and they won't actually try and use it against a company like Microsoft, because I know Microsoft would actually, they would fight to keep Diablo Necromancers, for example, and they would fight to keep
So what you're saying
um
is that, but Nintendo might use it against small little itty bitty indie developers who don't have money because they'd be able to
yeah,
push them around. That seems worse
yeah,
though.
basically. Yeah, it does. But that's Nintendo. They've been doing this for years. They're a piece of shit company. And that's the kind of thing they do. They go after individuals, they go after people making fan projects for free, they go after people putting together indie tournaments for Smash Bros and stuff like that. They're an awful company. Um but they make Mario, so they get a pass. I really genuinely think Nintendo doesn't get anywhere near as much hate as they deserve. We
Mm.
talk about companies like EA and stuff like that being evil and greedy and shit like that, but like Nintendo are like on another level. Like they literally have limited edition digital games to induce FOMO, like that Mario All Stars thing, and like nobody bats an eyelid, and they get away with it. And it's like, oh, it's Nintendo. It makes me feel fuzzy and warm, like I did when I was a child. They don't get anywhere near as much hate as they deserve,
Well,
man. And
some
this is
people
just
would
another
say
issue.
the hate for the Switch 2 was overblown. I have a couple Switch people I follow on social media that feel that the hate for the Nintendo has been over the top this year.
Over the Switch 2? Like,
Apparently,
people
I don't
hate the
know,
Switch 2? It feels like everyone except me owns one. People hated that thing?
or maybe they were talking about the misinformation or about it or whatever. I don't know, but
I don't know.
I just know there are some Nintendo fans who definitely say like people are Nintendo's getting unwarranted hate about stuff.
They deserve more hate, man. This patent stuff is like, it's so scummy. Like, they should never be a situation where a game mechanic can be patented. And furthermore, it's egregious that Nintendo even were able to do this. It's a real failure of America's patent system that they were able to do this. Because obviously there are games going back all the way to the 80s that had summonable mobs that automatically attack. This could like, you could say like kill streaks in Call of Duty as summonable entities that automatically attack, like a fucking
Sure,
UAV or something.
you could make the argument. I would definitely be. It's one thing I don't know. Like we'll see if Nintendo ever actually
I'd love to see them
enforces
try.
their
I
patent,
would love to see them try, man.
but I don't know because then you'd have to wonder why are you enforcing it against this thing or that thing and not these other
Exactly.
things.
That's the whole issue here, right? So they would probably hope that the indie devs they targeted with this would not make the argument like, how come you're enforcing that against us, but not enforcing it against Microsoft with Diablo Necromancers, for example. I think that one of the things with patents is you kind of have to enforce them unilaterally in order for them to be enforceable, right? So part of me thinks like, are they just going to use this in cease and desist letters where they're going to be like, so we own a patent on this, either you got to pay us royalties or cease and desist. But I would honestly hope that if they ever did try to use this against a bigger entity like a Microsoft or a MiHoYo or something like that, that they actually fight back, because it's a chilling effect, man. It's a chilling effect. Like this is the second egregious patent they've been granted with relation to Pokemon. Instead of making a better game, they want to legislate their way out of it. You know, maybe make a Pokemon that isn't shit. How about that? That'd be cool.
Mm.
Is 20 million in sales not enough? It makes me sick, man. It really makes me sick. They'd rather nickel and dime their fans and hope that they just remain passively nostalgic forever rather than make a good game. It makes me sick, bro.
I mean, people would say
I think they're,
people say the new Donkey Kong is a great game.
well, put that team on Pokemon then.
Uh, I guess I don't know.
That new Mario Galaxy bundle.
Well, so what's up with that? So
$70.
the direct was today.
What the fuck?
Wait, so what happened? So I didn't watch the direct because I don't care about Nintendo. So what was announced? I did see, the only thing I saw was Metroid Prime 4 got dated for December, which, you know, I'm
Announced
interested in
load
that.
of DLC and overpriced ports.
Of what?
Mario Galaxy.
So they they combined, they put Mario Galaxy 1 and Mario Galaxy 2 in a
$70 bundle.
Okay.
You know,
Wii
this
games,
was
right?
after
These
like
are they remade or is it just
4K remasters or some bullshit? I don't know.
I mean,
they're also doing
they could get through the arguments that
looks
there's two
suspiciously
games.
like Minecraft.
So
two old ass fucking games, bro.
I mean,
and also like
Mario
Galaxy was in that 3D Mario All Stars game, which was inexplicably limited
edition. Didn't Xbox just also sell a remaster of Gears Reloaded for $40?
$40 isn't $70.
Well, but that's also just one game. Isn't this two games?
That is true. Well, you know, then you can say, well, it was on Game Pass, right?
Well, sure.
But I think that's shitty too, for the record. But you know, Nintendo's gonna make bank with all this shit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's never played Mario Galaxy 1 or 2, yeah.
Mario Galaxy is a motion sickness simulator.
Is it?
Yeah, it sure is, bro.
Anything else happened in the Nintendo Direct? I'm assuming that's where the Final Fantasy integrated announcement date was that came in, right? That's why they made all those announcements on Twitter and stuff. Any Xbox?
They announced a bunch of you know, AAA games are being ported that'll probably run at 12 frames per second.
And you
really
really don't like that. You really don't like Nintendo, do you?
Oh man. Yeah, maybe Nintendo should patent games that run at 12 frames per second.
Jeez.
They deserve that one.
You just really, really, really don't like Nintendo.
Bro, I swear to God, if they come for my Warlock in World of Warcraft, there's gonna be fucking problems, bro.
Hopefully they do. You know what? I'm behind Nintendo now. If you could somehow remove World of Warcraft from Jez and change it completely up, you have my sword, Nintendo.
All the characters I play.
I would love to be like, Nintendo has sued Blizzard, Microsoft, and World of Warcraft. They need to remove these things. I would die laughing, and I'd be like, yes, do it, King.
Oh, man.
And then you would get on here and you would just rip them apart, use all the profanities at your disposal.
Oh, I would.
Your hatred would know no bounds. I need this to happen. I'm gonna will it into existence.
I would be pure rage, man.
You know, please, Nintendo. How did Blizzard not get this patent before Nintendo did?
Well, exactly. You know, this is the thing, right? With these patents, like a developer could come out of the ether. Who was like, hang on a sec, I made a game in the 1970s which had this feature, so I deserve the patent, you know. I don't know how patents work. Is it just like whoever gets there first gets the patent? This could really trigger like a run on companies being like, oh shit, Nintendo's patenting stuff, we need to start patenting stuff. So could Microsoft just be like, well, we own Wolfenstein 3D, we're going to patent the first person perspective. GG. You want to make a first-person game? Now you have to pay us a royalty or get the fuck out. You know, it creates a slippery slope, man. Doesn't it? We don't want to live in a world where only Microsoft can make first-person shooters.
Yeah,
I mean, definitely don't want to live in that world.
I'm not sure you can really patent a viewpoint, though.
I mean, why not? Nintendo just basically patented something like that.
No, they kind of didn't, though.
I think they did, bro.
No.
I think they did, bro. No, they did.
I mean, I remember. I wouldn't say it was outrage, but I remember when Warner Brothers patented the Nemesis system. You remember?
Yeah, and that's bullshit too, man.
People were kind of open arms about that, being like, "Oh, other developers should be able to have a chance to use it." And we only got to see it in 2 games, and then they were supposed to use it for Wonder Woman, but that didn't happen. So it was basically just because they patented it. It's kind of like, well, nobody else is gonna want to use this feature because that means they gotta license it out. So this cool thing. Wouldn't that be something if Nintendo just did this and anybody that wants to, like Square Enix, you have to throw us some money because if you want to use these things, and then Nintendo just took in all this money because they patented this and everybody had to pay. You know, that'd be funny.
You know, part of me wonders, like, well, you just speaking on the Nemesis system thing at the moment. You know, the weird thing about the Nemesis system is I actually played an indie game that had the Nemesis system. Did you ever play a game called Star Renegades?
No, but I know of the game.
That literally had the Nemesis system in it, basically.
Okay.
And I was sitting there playing it and thinking, like, hang on a sec. It was a turn-based kind of tactics game, a roguelike, and there were like these warlords in it, basically the Nemesis system from Shadow Mordor, and they'd level up and evolve if you didn't kill them or if they killed you, so on and so forth. You know, it's very, very similar in its premise. So I'm sitting there wondering, like, hang on a sec, isn't Warner Brothers going to sue these guys? See, it's different. Like, it makes you wonder, like, did Warner Brothers take the opposite approach where they were like, we'll sue AAAs if they use this, but it will let indie devs lie? Whereas Nintendo's going to take the opposite route, where it's like, we'll not sue Microsoft about the Necromancer, but we will sue Palworld for daring to make a game that was better than ours. Just a scummy company, bro. What if they start trying to patent side-scrolling platform mechanics?
Well, I
mean, or Metroidvanias.
I guess we'll see. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Maybe somebody else does. Maybe this does cause a run on patents from different companies with different things, and the gaming industry looks completely different in 10 years. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this all goes, I suppose.
I'll have to start reading books.
Hey, that sounds great. We'll hook you up with some good ones, you know? Oh, one of the things I did see here is Hades is exiting early access. September
I didn't even
25th.
know it wasn't early access.
So Hades 2 is coming to Switch 2 on September 25th and leaving early access. Well, that might be a contender for Game of the Year. I don't know how.
Is it that good?
Well, I don't know how people feel about Hades 2 in comparison to Hades 1, but it feels like all right. If you had to go with the Game of the Year right now, like not your personal one, but the one that will win the Keeleys. If you had to pick, what would it be? Like, if you had to make a bet.
It's Silksong, man.
You think so? You think it's gonna win?
I think it's gonna win. I mean, it's got that recency bias to some degree, more so than Expedition does. It's between Expedition and Silksong, I would think.
What about Ghost of Yotei, man? That would be even more recency bias, and that comes out in October.
Nah.
You think it's just Silksong's got it wrapped up?
It's going to be Silksong or it's going to be Expedition.
You think it's?
I think Expedition probably maybe clinch it. So.
And right now, what's your current Game of the Year right now?
Kronos.
Kronos is your current Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure is.
All right. Let me see. We get a super chat here. We have Mr. EF who says, in the past we paid $80 and forced ourselves to play Superman 64. Today with Game Pass, it's a hard pass. Make great games people want, and we will buy.
True that.
Usually, but there are also not everybody has $80 to spend on something luxurious like a video game, and that's where Game Pass, I guess, comes in handy. So that person could, even though that $80 game is amazing, I mean, $20 less than 80, and some people only think with their wallets, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I hate the way.
One of the other issues is just the abundance, man. There's so much shit to play. Like, Game Pass helps you play more stuff. Because if you can only afford like one game a month or something, or if you're only even if you're just only willing to spend on one game a month. At least Game Pass lets you try out more shit. You know, there's too many games. We talk about this all the time. There's just too much shit out there that's actually worth playing. You know, there's so much other stuff in the backlog that I haven't got round to, and probably never will get round to because of the shit. I haven't touched Oblivion. I haven't touched Doom the
Yeah, but
Dark
you've
Ages,
played
which is
Oblivion
crazy.
before. You know?
Yeah, but it's so long ago, man. So
What,
long ago.
April? April's not that long.
Oblivion, the original Oblivion.
Right, but I mean, you're talking about the remake.
Yeah,
I mean,
I haven't touched it.
I know, but I mean, to me, you'd be like, well, I'd rather play this newer stuff
I'd
than.
rather play a new game. Yeah. Maybe you're right, but it's like it's something I would aspire to play. If there was not so much stuff to play, then yeah, I will play it. But there's so much stuff to play that it's just like, well, I'd rather play the new thing.
How much more time do you think you got in Silksong until you're done?
Oh, dude, I'm nowhere near. How many hours have I got in it so far? Let's have a look. I'm absolutely nowhere near even halfway, I think, with Silksong. So if I boot it up and then go to stats. So I've got 10 hours in Silksong already, playing what I considered to be quite liberally, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean conservatively, not playing it very much. Um, Playing it here and there. So I've already racked up 10 hours in it. Whereas like, stuff like I don't know, like Oblivion, that's like 100+ hours if you're gonna like give it like a good run, right? I don't know. There's too much stuff to play, bro. Do something about it, Rand.
What am I gonna do about it?
Um, Either just change the video game industry.
Yeah, you know what you need to do? Stop playing Silksong and play Shinobi.
I mean, I want to play that now as well because you said it was good. So yeah, that's an issue too.
And what about Metal? I want to play Metal Gear Delta.
I want to play that as well.
Yeah, and I kind
I
of want to
really
play.
wanna play
I
that.
kind of want to play Metal Eden.
I want to play Hell Is Us.
Yeah, Hell Is Us kind of is intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So much time, or so many games, so little time.
Yeah. First world problems, man.
We have a super chat here from Mr. EF again. Only speaking for me, $50 was instant buy if curious. Since 60, if it scored under 7.5, I would wait for a sale. Now with Game Pass, I do wait and see. Okay. And King Chaos says, first time catching you guys live. Thanks for keeping company while I was on night shift. Finished Kronos, pretty good in my opinion. What did you think of it, Rand? Thank you for the super chat, King Chaos, and we're glad we can keep you company on the night shift and the truckers engaged while they're delivering their long hauls right across the,
Hey, do you want
the U.S.
Speaking of that, before you answer him, like, I've been like actually seriously looking into truck driving recently.
Really? You gonna get your license?
I mean, something I think about that a lot.
You know, I think by the time, but like when you start to do that, they'll probably invent teleportation, and you don't need truck driving anymore. Or truck driving will become completely automated, and they won't need people to be in the trucks anymore.
I mean, that's possible, but I mean, that's one of the issues with all this technology is that I look at like what AI is doing to the blogging industry. I'm like, well, maybe I should become a truck driver. And then it's like, well, AI is gonna mess with that as well, man. But I used to want to be a truck driver when I was young. I feel like there's something kind of romantic about it.
Mm.
I got relatives who are truck drivers and really liked it.
Get into the family business. But he asked us about, at least what I thought of Kronos. We talked a little bit about that. I think me and Jez both really liked it. Jez liked it more than me. It's his game of the year. It's not for me.
I think Silksong might overtake it, but like I said, I haven't played that much of Silksong yet.
It maybe makes my top 10, but in the lower, like 8, 9, 10 area, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But I think it's worth playing through if you're a survival horror fan. Bluebird Team is really improved as the developer since the medium. I mean, Silent Hill 2 was incredible, and this was way better than my expectations. And it does have that Dead Space vibe, the Resident Evil third-person shooter vibe. It does also have that science fiction story of kind of 12 Monkeys things where you're traveling from the future to try to figure out what happened in the past.
I really, really love the Soviet kind of vibes as well, like the grim, brutalist, Soviet era Poland stuff.
I think,
I love that aspect of
both
the
me
game.
and Jez agree that one of the cons would be enemy variety. After you've seen the first couple enemies, it doesn't really. It's like they really just are the same. It's like you have the regular enemies, and then you have like a bigger brute enemy that's bigger, and then like you have an enemy that spits at you from the walls, but that's really it. And they do a unique thing where they can, since they're like merged entities, and it's just like biomass, they can absorb a dead enemy and become stronger and take on the attributes of that enemy and get armor. But I don't really think it happens that much during the game. And even when it did,
I do definitely agree. Like that's a mechanic that could have explored more.
Yeah, they could have, and maybe the game is missing just a couple more enemy types. Because it's like you get a couple hours in the game, you're like, is this all? I'm just fighting these flesh monsters, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's like, but like you said, they made it for $30 million or whatever. So, and then I think to myself, well, like, were the enemy variety in Resident Evil or Dead Space a little bit that different? And it's like, well, yeah, it kind of was.
I don't think Dead Space, especially Dead Space 1, I don't think Dead Space 1 was that different, but I think Dead Space 1 had a lot of dynamism with its combat because of the whole, limb cutting off mechanic. There is something akin to that in this.
But it's not, it's not, I mean, there is, it's akin, but it doesn't do it
you burn, I just mean like the sort of, the way it makes you think about how you want to burn the bodies, because in some of the segments, it can become really tricky if you've got a lot of bodies lying around because they will absorb the bodies and upgrade. And you've got like a limited amount of fire to use. So in some of the harder segments, you might be sitting there thinking like, how should I prioritize using my fire, for example? And I think that adds some of the dynamism. But I think that could definitely, in the sequel, they could explore that more. The merging stuff. I think technology could improve that as well. Like making that whole system just more dynamic, I think would be cool. But it's such a. I hope they do more. I hope they explore this game, this universe more, because it's so strong at its core, I think.
Right. We also Xbox officially announced their Tokyo Game Show stuff, which let's see here. We got the thing here. It says, we're thrilled to announce the Xbox Tokyo Game Show 2025 broadcast on Thursday, September 25th at 3 a.m. Pacific, 6 a.m. Eastern. So who's staying up late or early, I guess, depending on... You getting up early to watch this?
6 a.m. Pacific in a real time.
So it's 5 a.m. for me.
5 a.m. for you?
Yeah.
So that makes it... Oh, that make it
11
morning for me.
That'd be 11 a.m.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, 11 a.m. UK.
That's all right, yeah.
They're going to say that
for a change.
This year's show will feature titles from our creative teams alongside exciting updates from our partners in Japan, across Asia, and around the world. We know players around the world delight in Japan-inspired content and games developed in Asia, and we can't wait to connect with players across the globe to show off incredible talent and creativity behind upcoming games coming to Xbox. They said, once again, we created a bespoke visual identity, blah, 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 blah. So you can get at Tokyo Game Show, available to the public for the first time ever in Asia. You'll be able to play Ninja Gaiden 4. Visitors will also have the opportunity to get hands-on with the ROG Ally and the Xbox Ally X. And Bethesda will host a merchandise booth with Geek Shop, and the store will feature official merchandise for Fallout, Starfield, Doom, Elder Scrolls, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I mean... obviously the rumors suggest that Forza Horizon 6 is being announced here. I think Windows Central reported that, and then Nate the Hate confirmed it.
Yeah.
So that is definitely something to look forward to. I think I saw like an Xbox producer say you don't want to miss this show, but I don't know how much of that is just like watch our show versus how much you actually want to see it, because the last couple Tokyo Game shows weren't that good, but there was one a couple years ago that was. I don't know if this is the year where, I mean, a Forza Horizon 6 announcement's huge regardless of whatever show you're at. So if you're actually going to be here at Tokyo Game Show announcing that game, that makes it a big announcement. I just sort of wonder if they have anything else. Like, is this where you announce the Bethesda Starfield DLC and plans for that? Is this where you announce the pre-orders for and pricing for the ROG Ally X, Jez? I mean, isn't that supposed to be coming out in like mid-October, and we still haven't gotten pricing information or pre-orders yet for this thing?
Yeah, they absolutely have to please announce the price. It's like, bro, how you, it's literally it's almost less than a month away. Like, come on. What's the price?
I mean, yeah, it's
crazy.
literally like a month away. So
yeah, it's October 16th.
I mean, it's like either you could wait to do the announcement here at the show, which might get a lot of coverage, or I mean, you could just do it an email, PR, newswire, blog post, or a video that you could just do it in. So it doesn't necessarily have to be here. I'm sure there'll be announcements of like Game Pass titles, and there'll be specific, Japanese flavored games that will be here as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Forza Horizon 6 looks like, because that's really what it's going to be, right? Is this? I can't imagine another high-profile game like that also being announced.
Well, how about this? Do we think the Starfield Terra Armada DLC will be announced there? Because it is interesting, they teased it pretty recently.
Yeah, but they teased it for the 2-year anniversary, though.
Yeah, but maybe it's close enough, man.
Is this one of those things where you're going to do a wink wink and nod nod and say, wouldn't it be cool if Starfield was here? I don't know.
I mean,
I guess to me it all depends on when it's coming, because the rumor from Nate the Hate says coming to PlayStation, coming to Switch too. They're probably going to combine those things alongside the DLC and an update. Is that something that happens early in 2026, or is that something happening spring 2026 or fall of 2026? I don't know. I mean, if it's spring, you probably got to get out before Grand Theft Auto. Maybe you would even have to release before this Forza Horizon 6 game. So are we thinking March? Are we thinking April?
Isn't February quite stacked again this year?
February's got Resident Evil. February's got February's got Resident Evil 9, which is going to be huge. It also has High on Life 2, I believe, in the early part of the month. I'm just saying, like, remember when High on Life 1 came out, it was like the biggest third-party release ever in Game Pass until Palworld eclipsed it. I think soon right after that. So I'm trying to think of any other games announced for February, because I know James Bond is end of March. So I think those are. I know Nintendo announced some stuff, I think, for early 2026, but.
Oh, isn't that when Final Fantasy's coming out? February?
Final Fantasy VII comes out January 22nd.
Oh, so yeah.
I don't know.
So maybe February's a good.
Maybe got February, March, but we're assuming. March. Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like, do you need to announce that now in September at the show? Maybe it shows up at the Game Awards. Maybe it shows up at the Developer Direct in January. You know, there's a lot of opportunities to place it at. So I'm gonna say no to Starfield, but I will say yes to Forza Horizon 6 though. Very excited to see what that game looks like, and to see how they incorporate Japan. And I mean, hey, if true, which I think it is, It's been quite a lot of time since the last game, so it's kind of like, what has Playground been working on for the past 4.5 years? You know, because the Forza Horizon game hasn't really taken that long historically. 2 years in between releases, then finally 3 years. Now you actually add another 2 years on top of it. So, what do you have got to show for this extra time in development? Or was there extra time in development? Was it like you shipped Forza Horizon 5, did the DLC and stuff for it, helped out on Fable, and like you weren't really working on Forza Horizon 5 the whole time until now? I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, are you going to, with it being at 11 a.m., are you going to watch it this time?
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely watch it.
Yeah. We got a little bit of next-gen news. It came to us via Tom Henderson over at Insider Gaming. So usually 10 times out of 10, usually you can trust Tom with his track record. But he said he's confirming that the PS6 will launch with the detachable disk drive. Whenever that does happen.
Makes you wonder if
spit it out.
Xbox will do the same thing.
Yeah, we've had that conversation before. And I think if what we assume is true and the next Xbox is a powerful machine, priced premiumly, then I could see them easily offering a disk drive because it's a premium device. Because what's the point of not including it? Because realistically, the only people that are going to be interested in something that's $800, $900, or $1,000, assuming that would be the price range, is someone who's a super diehard Xbox fan, who probably also maybe has physical discs. So like, you would want it to be as premium of a device as possible. So why not include a disk drive? Especially with your whole commitment to backwards compatibility. You know, plenty of people own massive libraries of Xbox 360 games, OG Xbox games, Xbox One games, Series games.
Like how much is a disk drive really? You know, it's not like they've got to manufacture their own disk drives. You just buy it off the shelf and whack it in.
Yeah, well, this thing, if they were still doing like a 2 SKU thing with a high end and a low end, I would fully expect the low end not to have a disk drive. But you would expect the higher end, because it's the premium version, to have one. Now, I guess you can make the argument, well, Rand, PS5 Pro is the high-end PlayStation, and it doesn't have a disk drive. And it's like, fair enough.
PS5 Pro doesn't have a disk drive?
No.
I didn't know that.
PS5 Pro does not have a disk drive. But PlayStation already sells detachable disk drives, though. So, to them, it doesn't really matter, because if the person actually wants a disk drive, they can go get one. Right? This is all for just kind of streamlining their productions and saving money and stuff. As of now, Xbox doesn't have a detachable disk drive. That, you know, so they could easily work that into that and then being like, well, here's the premium device, doesn't have a disk drive, but if you want one, you can go get one. Or they just include it because that's the device that it's going to appeal to all the people that own physical copies and are the super hardcore of Xbox fans. I will say, I think either one will work. So I do believe they'll offer a disk drive in some fashion, because I just can't imagine them not doing it. I can't imagine them being like, yeah, we love backwards compatibility, but fuck you if you own physical discs and want to bring it forward into the next generation of our consoles. Oh, you own 1,000 games on Xbox and want to have backwards compatible? Sorry. Especially over for something that's really that cheap. You know, I guess you could argue they could really milk it and be like, well, if you want it, here's a detachable disk drive for $250. And then, you know, basically make a ton of money off of selling disk drives to people who have a collection. But I feel pretty good that whatever solution they'll go to, there'll be a disk drive available. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like they have to.
I hope so, but I ain't gonna sit here and say they'll definitely do it.
Well, no, I'm not saying they're definitely going to do it, because I don't know their plans. I just feel that If they don't, then they're pretty tone deaf. And they probably should stop talking about backwards compatibility and their game preservation stuff when they won't even include a $20 disk drive in their console. I don't know. I think in some form or fashion, either it being built in or it being an add-on is going to be the way it goes. Good old Conwood says in the Super Chat, Jez, if you're interested in being a trucker, play Euro Trucker Simulator 2. There you go.
Yeah. I do own that, I think. Isn't it on Game Pass as well? Everything's on Game Pass.
A lot of those simulator games are on Game Pass, aren't they?
Yeah, they're super popular in Germany.
There's like so many of them.
Germans, like, they get home from work.
And they want to do more
working as a trucker. And then they start working on a trucking game.
Yeah. You know what? Thank you guys for hanging with us. Make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. I think we're going to head to the Patreon questions now. We're coming to that point in time in the show. So, yeah, make sure to check out our sponsor as well, Surfshark. VPN, 2-year deal, 86% off. And consider becoming a Patreon if you want to. Support what me and Jez do. Patreon.com/XB2. And we're going to be taking some Patreon questions today before we get out of here. And it's kind of, when I mentioned earlier today about the construction, I was kind of worried it would come through the mic because it was loud. But as soon as we started the show, construction was over.
Stopped.
So that's good.
That's good.
That was real good. So we have some questions here from the peeps. And we'll get right to it. We got Silas. Oh, I wonder what questions Silas has got today. He says, hey guys, got up early just to watch Rand's live reaction to the Nintendo Direct. Wait, did I do one? Did I sleep react to that? And I couldn't find the link. Oh well, Jez, you have often said that you like to advocate for the Xbox community, giving a voice to the folks who don't have access to the people you do. With that being said, I'm a bit perplexed why you aren't giving Xbox a harder time when it comes to their cloud initiative. You reported on the forthcoming upgrades, and while they are baby steps, they pale in comparison to GeForce Now. And NVIDIA doesn't fashion themselves as a cloud company as Microsoft does. Even PlayStation, What?
NVIDIA doesn't fashion themselves as a cloud company? Do you know why they're the most valuable company in the world right now, bro?
It's because of AI, bro, isn't it?
Yeah, but what is AI powered by?
I'm just reading Silas's comments. So
yeah, that's fine.
Even PlayStation, whose cloud streaming is barely known to gamers, offers 4K streaming on some devices. Don't you think Xbox gamers at least deserve a streaming solution that matches PlayStation? It just seems like Microsoft acts like their cloud streaming offering is decent, when in reality they have been steps behind for years in regards to this space. Ooh. What do you think?
I mean, I do feel like I've advocated quite strongly for all that shit with regards to improving cloud. I have talked to them directly. I mean, I said earlier in the show, and you probably heard that before. You probably submitted that question before you heard that note. But I did talk to them at Gamescom specifically about the cloud. And they did tell me, like, the bitrate's something they want to improve and all that kind of stuff, So, I mean, the thing about cloud gaming is one of the issues they've got, I suppose, is that they have to manufacture their own stuff, right? It's not like NVIDIA, which they are using their own technology to make the servers. Microsoft has to work with a partner because they don't make their own chips. So there's that's just a real issue. It's a real gap there where they've got to work with AMD to make the equivalent sort of service, whereas NVIDIA is literally the industry leader in that technology. So, I mean, I feel like I've given them as much as a hard time as would probably potentially be productive, in my opinion. But, they have kind of heard all this stuff. It depends, like, how you feel about it. If you're actively using the service, and you think that it's not like good enough, then I think the answer is just switch to GeForce Now, because at the end of the day, you can just use PC Game Pass with GeForce Now and basically get that kind of experience. The downside is that if the game crashes, then you'll lose your cloud save, which is why I don't use it. But then why aren't we mad at Nvidia for not making their service better on that end, you know?
I mean, I don't really have a fight in the. I don't really have a dog in the fight on this whole cloud gaming thing. I do think a lot of the upgrades will be available when Xbox moves their stuff to PC. I think like some of their stuff was hamstrung by the fact that they wanted to use the series. Well, originally cloud gaming was the Xbox One S, right? They used that in the cloud.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's only going to do so much for your resolution and stuff. And then they used the Series X's, which partitioned into 4 Series S's. And
I mean, it's pretty impressive that they're able to do this at all. You know, using like the Xbox Series X as a basis for it. You know,
yeah,
they basically retrofitted Xbox consoles to run instances of the games. You know, um, and they're not designed for encoding video. They're not designed for that purpose. You know, but I think they're working towards that. It's a
well, I think
huge
it's
amount
like
of investment.
they're working towards getting cloud gaming more normalized, getting it in more places. And I like, so it's like, okay, so it's in the LG TVs, it's in the cars, cloud
It's
gaming is
coming in more
now,
markets
yeah,
too.
cloud gaming is now in the smaller tier. So it does have, there is a battle about understanding what cloud gaming is and marketing it that way and stuff. Like, I don't think, Google did a good job with Stadia. And I don't even know how many people even use Nvidia's, even though people say it's amazing. So there is that push to get the market to understand, or like casual gamers to understand, like you don't even need a piece of hardware, you can just do it here. And I guess you could make the argument, well, like the current iteration of Xbox cloud gaming is not very. It doesn't really put its best foot forward. Somebody could try it out and be turned off by the resolution, or be turned off by the bit rate, or be turned off by the latency, and have like a poor experience, and that, it turns them off of cloud gaming forever. But I would say, I think they're trying to, like, they're slowly building it up of like, okay, we're in more places. They're building up the stream your own game library. Stuff is added all the time. There's so many games there that eventually, when they do make a switch to more powerful hardware, where necessarily, 4K, where 4K could be more of a standard, and there's different options and stuff, and everything feels better, and they've had, because I think they still call cloud gaming beta, like it's still in beta. Then you can be like, oh, well, okay, now it's better. But like right now, look, cloud gaming is not something I'm really ever going to use. I know Jez uses it all the time or whatever, but it's not, just like with mobile gaming, it's not something I care about. But it's something, if you're going to do it, you better do it right. There's no reason to half-ass it, especially if you think that could be a major thing 5-10 years from now, which maybe it would be. Because the whole idea was like, well, what if we can get an Xbox in places that normally wouldn't? Like India and those other countries where there are potentially a lot of gamers there, but they're never going to buy a console, or at least they're never going to buy an Xbox console. But you could still get them playing your games, and still get them potentially subscribing to your service if it's cheap enough, if you have the games that they want. Like, are we built up to that point at this yet? Or are we just still baby steps to get to that, idea, to get to that reality? And then that's when we capitalize on it, when, okay, we have the hardware we want. This is what we've learned through our years of doing this. We have the licenses for the stream your own game stuff, so there's a huge library of stuff. People know what Game Pass is, and it's like, okay, now we can sort of hit the ground running, where we don't need to train the audience anymore about what this is. I don't know. Maybe that's what it looks like. But Silas always comes with some good questions, though. We got Lee Sanders, who says, so in the brief amount of time that I have in the evening I'm currently spending it's spreading managed democracy with my friends. And I have to say that Arrowhead have absolutely nailed an amazing co-op experience, which is chaotic and just so much bloody fun. I have to admit that when Xbox decided to start the multi-platform discussion and taking their games to other platforms, I was a bit skeptical. However, I'm glad that the borders are now falling because I get to experience games from other platforms. And without these barriers coming down, I wouldn't have the funds to buy another console to play these games. So the question is, are Sony going to bring these exclusives over to the Xbox platform, or is this just PlayStation trying to get more money out of this live service offering? Have the results of Helldivers 2 sales helped with the decision?
I mean,
That
we
is
can
the
only do
question.
prediction.
That is the
Yeah,
question, isn't it? So
it is a question. Yeah, we can only really do predictions here because nobody knows like what Sony's going to do, in terms of like, you know,
if this was a
how it will
one-off,
affect if this is
or
a one-off or
if
not.
this is more of a plan.
Yeah. Um, I've spoke to people sort of off the record at Gamescom and stuff about it, just on background and stuff. And they've sort of described to me how I get the conversations I've had gave me the impression that Microsoft itself doesn't know what Sony's going to do next, um, or how far or how hard they're going to go. There's a lot of rumors that Horizon, Lego, whatever could come to Xbox, but that's not going to move the needle. I'd be surprised if that even sold 100,000 copies, honestly. I literally think, I genuinely think nobody on earth cares about a Lego Horizon game. Literally nobody. Maybe some people buy it for their kids. I don't know. But I do think that Helldivers is probably a strong signal that you can expect more service games. So like Fair Games, if that isn't cancelled, it probably is cancelled, but let's pretend it's not cancelled. Stuff like Fair Games, or if Sony ever does have another banger like Helldivers 2, which I personally find unlikely, but Sony definitely feels like they need to have service games like a Helldivers, because there's very, very just strong margins on those kind of games. You build the platform and then you build the business on top of the platform you've already built, rather than like a one and done kind of deal, right? Um, Platforms increasingly just hinge on ongoing engagement, and I think Sony wants a piece of that. And I think in order to really hit that algorithm and that zeitgeist, you need to be on every platform all at once. You know, do I think all single player games will come? That's really the question. I'm All we can do is predict here. And personally, right now, I don't think Sony wants to do that. I don't think they will do that anytime soon. But I could be very wrong. I mean, just looking at that's just kind of my pessimism. The pure math suggests that, it makes all the sense in the world to do it. If we're talking about the pure mathematics of it, Last of Us, you ported Last of Us or God of War, Last of Us 1 remaster or God of War 1, like those games would sell incredibly well on Xbox. And I don't think, I mean, me and Rand, I think Rand agrees, it doesn't impact Sony's at all. It doesn't impact PlayStation in a negative way, even slightly, I think. So I think if Sony's looking at the maths and just like we could make some extra cash here, have a studio port this shit, they'll do it, I would assume. But if Sony wants to sort of, I don't know, still project this image that PlayStation's a place for premium core gaming experience, then they won't do it. But I think the addressable audience of people who buy a console just for a handful of exclusives, I think that is severely diminished. But certainly two perspectives on that.
Yeah, I mean, it very well. You could make an argument for it just being like, it's just this game, or just live service stuff, because the whole thing with live services is needs to be everywhere. Where that's not necessarily the case with single player, even though you think like, well, single player, we want it to be everywhere, but like single player, they're like, we want you to come to our platform where we make more money because you're going to be spending money on microtransactions and full game purchases on other stuff. And I don't know if we'll know the answer to that even anytime soon. Like, even if they announce the Lego Horizon, that's just like, oh well, that is a license,
It's a license of a
right?
tiny
So
ass game that no one cares about.
you may not even know what their plans are until what their true plans are. Like if it's just live service, or if they until maybe sometime next year, and maybe even if they don't do anything next year, well then I think you probably have your answer at that point. Like if there was like a plan, you would want like a steady drip of content, being like, okay, let's do this, let's X, Y, and Z, and we'll put Spider-Man here, we'll put it out in this month, and then we'll do this here. But if they don't do anything, well then you have your answer. It's like, if they don't do nothing, then it's probably just the live service stuff, and it's like, oh, you're gonna get excited for Fair Games? You're gonna get excited that James Raymond left and the game director left? Like, how much faith did they even have in that? I was like,
Yeah.
I wonder if you have to even ask the question. What would happen to Concord if Concord released day one multi-platform on Xbox? Would Xbox have saved the game, Jez?
Nope.
It still would have died. Nobody would have cared. I almost
sometimes games have to be good, man.
Yeah. I don't know. Only time will tell, Lee. Only time will tell. Guess who says, how's it going, gents? I've been playing Helldivers on what seems like a nightly basis. I had purchased Helldivers 2 on Steam for my gaming laptop last year and only got to level 14. I'm almost level 30 on my Xbox account because Xbox is my primary gaming platform. On that note, I fully intend on buying Final Fantasy VII in January on my Xbox. From y'all's perspective, what has the pulse of the Xbox community been purchasing? What has the pulse of the Xbox community been for purchasing Final Fantasy VII on Xbox? Do you all think it will sell well on release day?
I think it'll do okay. I think it'll be profitable for Square Enix, but it's been so long and people have moved on, and a lot of people have just played it on other platforms. Like, I've gone through Final Fantasy VII Remake twice on PC and once on PlayStation. It's the only PlayStation game I've ever reviewed. I reviewed it for Android Central back when Android Central was doing PlayStation stuff for a while. So I'm sitting here like, as someone who really wanted Final Fantasy VII on Xbox, I've already played on everything else, and I think like that'll probably be true for a lot of core gamers who do on multiple platforms. So I don't think it's going to do super duper well. But what I do think could do well is the third game, which will launch day and date on
Presumably,
Xbox.
that is what we think. Is that the third game will?
Yeah, because you're gonna have the audience there who you're gonna have the zeitgeist, you're gonna have the hype and all that kind of shit. So maybe that's the game that really sort of ends up,
I think,
being a bit.
I think it'll do better than Final Fantasy 16 because I think Final Fantasy 7 is more beloved. I also think Final Fantasy 7 Remake is probably higher rated critically than Final Fantasy 16. By the time Final Fantasy 16 came to Xbox, it had already been out on PC. People kind of knew what the game was, and it didn't really sell well on PC either. And it was also a shadow drop. And I kind of think these shadow drops don't really work, and I say that, but then there's always the exception to the rule, like Oblivion. Whereas like Final Fantasy 7 is kind of getting like a good marketing push. It was mentioned in that trailer at the showcase. It's also coming to Switch. It was in the Direct. They'll be talking about and tweeting about it leading up to that thing. January, I don't know if there'll be any other games, but like, here's Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I think it'll sell better than 16 because I think a lot of people do have nostalgia for 7. But also, like you, I mean, the game came out in 2020, didn't it? September? So you're already looking at 2026. I mean, that's 5 full years plus some months. It's been on PC forever. So the pool of people on Xbox that might be interested in it are probably low at this point. But like you said, I think it's all about really the third game where it would be day one multi-platform, because then you can choose where you want to play it. Like before, if you wanted to play Rebirth or Remake, it was like either on the PS4 or PS5, and that was it. You had no choice. But with this one, it's going to be, well, I could play it on Switch 2, I could play it on Xbox, I could play it on PlayStation, I could play it on PC. So people are going to be able to choose where they want to play this one at.
And I'll choose it on Xbox if I can.
And yeah, I'll choose
it'll be play anywhere as well,
at that one. And I'm sure some people will be like, well, I'm choosing PC. And some people are like, I want it, handheld on my Switch. So that's going to be the one where it's not going to be this one because somebody's already been like, well, I already played, like me. I've already played through Final Fantasy VII Remake. We were talking about it. It's like, do I really go through it? Do I really buy it again and then go through it all again? And then I even talked about the idea of like, well, I'll just throw on the combat thing where I can hit 10,000 for each, so I can just run through the game super fast. And then play Rebirth, which is something I haven't played yet. And that's the one I want to get to. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of other people like me who are like, I would like to play.
Are you going to wait for the Xbox version of Rebirth?
Well, yeah, at this point, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's coming, so I'd rather play it on Xbox. I've always said that. I'd rather play it on Xbox. So I'm going to wait for that. I'll buy it on Xbox, so I haven't played it, and I'm going to play it there. And then for the third game, you know where I'm getting at. So it's a combination of time and being everywhere and people playing it elsewhere. But I think it's more just like, yes, the franchise is back. Square Enix seems to be like, all right, I think they announced Dragon Quest VII remake today, or was some new old Dragon Quest game getting reimagined or something? Jez?
Yep.
Dragon Quest. It's coming to Xbox. I saw a Mega Man game get announced today for Xbox. I don't know if you saw that.
I did, yeah. And people were pretty happy about that because the previous Mega Man collection didn't come to Xbox.
Yeah. We have Ray Vidamos saying, Gentlemen of the Friday festivities, will the stream your own game feature of Ultimate ever make its way down to the core or standard Game Pass tiers? Is that a thing, Jez?
Yes.
Okay, you think it will? Okay, so Jez says it
will.
Oh,
I know it will.
Okay, he says
stream your
own
game. Yeah, stream your own game. I think it's definitely coming to at least standard. But I could see it honestly coming to core as well. I need to just double check on that.
Right now,
or they're going to make a separate tier that just has stream your own game in it.
So right now, if you wanted to do that, you have to have Ultimate.
Yeah, if you want to stream your own game right now, you need Ultimate because that's where Xbox Cloud Gaming is. Microsoft themselves have said now. I leaked it, but I think they've said it now too officially that they are bringing cloud to some of the lower tiers. They haven't said exactly which, but I presume it's at least standard. So yeah, that's definitely coming.
Yeah. Rave goes on to say, or conversely, when will I be able to stream my own games without having to pay $20 a month for Ultimate? I ask as xCloud's nearest analog GeForce Now has a free and a $10 tier. You gentlemen have the grandest of weekends.
I think you'll see it. Well, first of all, you too, mate. Have a great weekend. But also, I think you'll see it before the end of the year. I think I've heard that the beta tag for cloud gaming is gonna go away as well. So I think when the beta tag is gone and they've got a cloud only subscription tier, that is probably $10 a month. And then you've also got it's available in standard and maybe core as well even. I think that's when you see the beta tag go. I've been told that's happening before the end of the year. Could be a Tokyo Game Show announcement even, but yeah, we'll see. I don't think you'll have to wait long to find out.
All right. Let's see what else. We have Chris M, who says, hello guys. Seems Borderlands 4 is being pretty well received and feels like really good news for a franchise that seemed like it had to deliver on this one or they might have had issues. What's another studio that you each think really has to nail their next project or could be facing a dire future? Hope you guys have a great weekend. That's a good question. Bioware for one. I don't even know if Bioware even gets to make Mass Effect, but I think that Mass Effect, if they do be able to, that Mass Effect game needs to be a huge success and they have to nail it, right? Otherwise, it's curtains for them because they ain't ever going to make another Dragon Age game, right? That potentially is the end of the studio. Another one, Rocksteady. I think they need to nail that Batman game. Because if they don't, Oh boy,
Mm.
that's two right there. Um, you thinking any others, Jez?
I kept thinking about like Cloud Chamber. They haven't even released the game yet, have they?
No, but
And now, like
Rod
they shed
joined.
off their studio. Rod just joined. I think like if even Rod can't get a game out of them after all these years, I think Cloud Chamber is definitely gonna be shut down. Um,
I'm trying to think of
the
more
only reason,
studios whose like last game didn't do anything, and they're like their next
well, the
game
thing
has
is,
to
right,
be. But
there are a lot of studios that have had big flops and survived because they've sort of converted themselves into support studios. I think Sumo Digital, I think, did that. I think if it was Sumo or someone like Sumo Digital, maybe I'm misremembering. But there are a bunch of there are ways forward that especially independent studios can survive at least because they can like pivot their whole business model. But I suppose like if you're part of a platform like an Xbox studio, um, hmm, it's interesting.
would you consider any Xbox studios on the as part of this, like a studio that you know that has to really nail it, or they could be facing a dire future?
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I think you've said the obvious ones, right? What would happen if the next Halo game's a flop?
They bring up 343. Yeah. What happens if like Halo 7?
I think if State of Decay 3 isn't a hit, then Undead Labs is definitely done for. I mean, see, this is the thing. Like Ninja Theory at least has support studio chops about it. Maybe Undead Labs does as well. Um, I suppose I could see like with Crystal Dynamics losing Perfect Dark,
Tomb Raider
could they
probably
be in
has to
trouble?
hit. I mean, Tomb Raider has to hit then, right?
Yeah, because they're doing a new Tomb Raider. There's probably a lot of studios that are obvious that we're just not thinking of.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
think a lot of teams within big publishers are under a lot of pressure right now. The industry's shrunk. The addressable audience has shrunk, and there's more competition than ever. You know, there's so many games launching in September. It's ridiculous. Physically cannot be expecting me to play Borderlands 4 as well as Silk Song, as well as all these other shit, man. It's almost like they're asking too much of the diminished amount of playtime hours. Everyone grew too fast in the pandemic, and I don't know.
we
It's
have
weird, man.
let's see, we got another question here. We have one from good old Collinwood. It says, "Hello, Rain and Jez. Jez, so this week Football Manager 2026 got announced for Game Pass for November, which is a tradition. You have Football Manager 2023, Football Manager 2024, Football Manager 20. Wait, what happened to Football Manager 2025?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
I think what he's suggesting is they skipped 2025 and then went right to 2026.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I've never played a Football Manager game, so I don't know. I have no idea. We got Pat Rock says Pete hates Game Pass, but Redfall was his baby, and tell me who would have played that if it hadn't been in Game Pass. I think the Steam top concurrent player number was like 2K. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could definitely make that argument about Redfall. It's like, hey, that was greenlit under your watch and largely developed under you, and then came to Xbox and they gave it more time, and it still ended up the way it ended up.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, a lot of games under Pete, like, remember the reason Bethesda sold in the first place because they weren't really in a good spot. A lot of the games came out weren't very good, from Wolfenstein Youngblood to Fallout 76. Like, they were in a rough spot creatively, in a rough spot critically, and they weren't I mean, there's a reason they were trying to sell. So, you
Yep.
know, things weren't sunshine and rainbows over there.
Sure wasn't.
But, you know, I can imagine, you know, Pete's got his own ego, and Xbox has their own ego, like Phil and all them, and it's like, what's it like when a company acquires another, and now you're just another thing in the portfolio, and you're not really special anymore, and you have to do things the way Xbox and Microsoft wants it done. I'm sure that probably is not fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you used to have more control over what you were doing, and now you are answering to somebody else, or your boss is now answering to somebody else. So shit rolls downhill.
True that.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. Anything more? Nope. I think that's it, Jez, because I know you're getting a little tired here.
Sure am, bro.
So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us on this beautiful Friday. Getting closer and closer to the end of summer. Closer to Tokyo Game Show, where apparently Jez is going to watch that live at 11 a.m. to see Forza Horizon 6 get announced.
When is that? Which day?
25th.
25th. Oh, it's quite far away then.
Yeah, but they did announce the stuff this week, so he's going to continue playing Silksong. I'm going to continue playing Shinobi. Both games are incredible. Check them out if you haven't already. Leave us a review or thumbs up, a star rating on iTunes or Spotify, wherever you listen to this later. If you're on YouTube and you enjoyed the show, leave us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider joining our Patreon at patreon.com/XB2. And please check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark VPN, where you get 86% off a 2-year deal exclusively for our wonderful listeners of the Xbox 2. So we appreciate them, and we love each and every one of you who spends their Friday afternoons or Saturdays or Sunday or whenever you do listen to this. You all mean the world to us.
You're awesome.
Yeah, and with that said, Jez, I think it's time to hit the road and keep it gaming, right?
Sure is. Keep it gaming, party people.
Enjoy your weekend. Later, guys.
Take care, everybody.